Nope, it's not a disco ball. It's an actual glowing sphere. Yeah, you're right, there are strange lights on it. My camera picked up everything. It's like literally the picture right out of the camera phone. Now I'm going to demonstrate how easy it is to create a map from high altitude aerial photography. Here is a map from just some random RPG game I found. I don't know what it's from, doesn't really matter. Anyway, let's just spherize this bad boy into our globe, add some shadows and highlights, and get some space going here. Kind of empty here, just needs something. You know, let's add some clouds. Clouds always makes things look more realistic. Here's an image I found on Google just by searching for cloud layer. Look for transparent files. Threw that on there. Let's stretch this out. Oh, we gotta make sure we turn it, you know, so it's in line with our shadow and our spinning. You know, we don't want people getting upset over it doesn't follow the Coriolis effect. So let's make sure we get the right thing. Let's delete the stuff around the edge here. Okay, let's make it follow the curve of the sphere. There we go. And let's go ahead and add some. So you can kind of see some shadow underneath there. I think this will add a little bit of depth and interest. Okay. And there we go. We pretty much got a planet. Add a little bit of razzmatazz. Ta-da! Just desaturated the map a little bit, added a little atmospheric glow. That's pretty much it. There's your planet. Let's see what it looks like when I remove all the landmass. Pretty cool. So I thought I'd show that.
When we think dinosaurs, we tend to think of the animals of the Cretaceous and Jurassic. Movie star dinos, like T-Rex.
I thought I'd show that.
Velociraptor. Stegosaurus. These creatures wouldn't have had a single cameo were it not for their forebears in the Triassic. But the first dinosaurs, plesiosaurs and pterosaurs, really cool ones, like this Eudimorphodon, first appeared on planet Earth. The remarkable reptile.
I thought I'd show the video because that's what I do. I'm a digital artist, and I wanted to show that the blue sphere on the screen is not that. It's an actual picture of an actual object.
Crazy Flat Lady, you're actually super duper close. It is about the size of a drawbreaker. So I'll let you guys in on what this is. This is actually a crystal sphere. I believe it's like crushed quartz or some kind of a crushed crystal compressed into a sphere about the size of a jawbreaker. And it happens to have luminescent properties when you shine light on it. However, if you shine a pure blue laser on it, it'll glow for quite some time. And the bright spots actually hold the glow longer, a little bit longer luminescence. And this is very similar to what NASA does in their little room with planets. Is they basically have giant spheres and they have tracks around them, and they move and pan cameras around to mimic satellite orbiting bodies. I just did this on a small scale to show how easy it is. It can be done with very little effort. There is in fact a room with planets. For instance, once NASA decides on the rock they're going to use, let's say they pick a big chunk of red jasper and they have it carved into a sphere, a rough hewn sphere, and they place it in a room, a black room. That's Mars forever. And so that rock is protected. So if you can get into the quote-unquote Mars room, you'll see a giant red sphere that they have a bunch of lighting and different cameras, and that's where we get our flybys and our overhead views and our consistent maps of Mars. They'll literally pan a camera back and forth and get miniature stitches of this giant rock in a room, and they'll put fake snow on it. They'll make it look very real, and it's a very, 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 very large image, but it's all made for the stage fakery. Now, if I had a $52 million a day budget, I could totally recreate any planet I wanted. It's actually not that hard. When I was putting together my Pluto video, which never went anywhere, I think I might still have a link from a company who was contracted to make some planets. Let me show you, let me see if I can find that real quick. It's very fascinating what people are able to do with just a few $1,000s and some time. Guess I can just toss things in here. When I'm talking about giant spheres used for scale miniature photography, this is basically what I mean. These are grown men playing with plaster and models, all for the sake of photography, for either cinematography or for stages or for just about anything. And giant spheres are found all over the world. And I think what NASA has done here, see people spend hours carving and detailing things to look real at a distance. I mean, this was done back in the 30s. You spend a little more time, you can patch up those seams and put that in the right context with the right lighting. That would be indiscernible once you took a photograph of that, where that was and what it was. See, this was more for a full-scale kind of operation here. So you've got a track that comes along here where your glide cam would go around, so you can this model doesn't have to rotate, but your camera can rotate, and then in post-production that just looks like the moon is rotating. And here's an agate sphere. You can just pick one of these up at a rock and mineral shop. You put the right kind of soft lighting on that and add a little bit of blur, that would look like a Jovian atmosphere. Here's a giant round stone in Costa Rica. That's about 5 feet tall. Nobody knows who carved them, how they got there, what their point was. But with very little effort, I could even just take this picture right here and crop out the grass in the background and change the lighting a little bit. And I'd tell you it's a planet, and you'd believe me. I could say this was taken from Cassini spacecraft 1973. I can just make up whatever I want. And if I was NASA, you'd believe me. You'd take me at my word. Look, good old Walt Disney. Here's another angle of this picture of the moon. I think that was 1919 or something. 1936. It's a long time ago. Here is a Mars sphere. And this is in somebody's backyard. So this is just one of those giant water fountains. So I believe this is red jasper. So you could easily tell how, if NASA decided to pick one, it wouldn't be as polished, but it would have the same features and banding. Here's another. I guess I gotta delete things. See if we can add more. No, we can't. Oh yes, I came across this file. I don't know if you guys can see this very well, but I believe this file came from a NASA server. And as you can see, these are listed as planets. And what they are is these are natural formations and or rock or granite or high altitude flights over like plains here on Earth. And what they use these for is wrapping onto a 3D model. So you take these rectangle structures, and you can throw them in a program like Cinema 4D, and it'll wrap it seamlessly around an object, so you can get a 3D representation of that. And look, they rub it in your face that they have models. They do actually have working models. They'll drag out, but this isn't the one from, like, say, the Mars room, like above top secret clearance to take pictures of the picked stones. Here's another gas giant. Marble stone. Everybody's seen this. Surprise, Pluto has blue skies photo, which in my Pluto video that I was putting together, I was going to show how this was complete nonsense. Because for one, I can show you what the size of our sun looks like from Pluto and how it light up the sky when it's barely a dot in the sky. From Pluto's vantage point, it looks no different than another star in the sky. It's impossible to light up the atmosphere. So I decided to make my own. I just did that in Photoshop. 20 minutes worth of work. Yes, correct. The galaxy is at a room at Area 51, at least from what I understand, what I've been told. Grover asks, what is their objective and why do they lie? I kind of went over this in my last live stream, but the reality is that they have to. They have no other choice but to keep the illusion alive. For one, NASA has a public arm and a scientific arm and an esoteric arm. The esoteric arm is part and parcel doing the bidding of the elites for all the sun worship and ball worship and sending phallus-shaped things into space, and it gets so weird it's hard to even talk about in here. But the public arm is responsible for their budget. For instance, if they're awarded $19 billion, they have to weekly put out new press releases. They have to put out, hey, we're doing new science, and they have people trolling these boards. They have people on forums. They have people's ears to the ground that sit and listen. If somebody says, oh, that's full of shit, they didn't do such and such, very next week, they'll put out a press piece that says, look what we just did, or look what we just discovered, and you can watch some of my videos that I did a few years ago where I started talking about, I made little fake press releases, habitable planets, moons within Goldilocks zones and things like that. And I just made up stuff off the top of my head, and it's in the exact same format as the press releases are. Sure enough, if you go down and you look in the comments, a few weeks go by, they put out an article practically mirroring what I just did, and it's very interesting. And that's about the time that my channel started getting attacked, and I was getting random phone calls in the middle of the night, people calling me and threatening me. It was just a bit too much, a bit overwhelming. So somebody has a vested interest to keep a lid on these things. So as far as why they would lie, I don't know. Speculation says that they've got, $20 billion to protect. If so, why do the Vatican have Lucifer on Mount Graham? The Vatican owns all of the telescopes. Either they're on loan or they're on grant to universities, and the ones that aren't are directly controlled by Jesuit astronomers. As to why they do that, I don't know. Are they hoping to get a bird's eye view of them who are coming, or the watchers? I don't know. It's so steeped in esotericism that they just probably believe their own bullshit. But I do know that for the most part, Lucifer's telescope pretty much points south. So that ought to tell you something. But I do know the Vatican is like the keeper of star charts and astrology and all those things. While they poo-poo it publicly, they follow that stuff probably better than anybody. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot. I wanted to show you guys the two Mars images here. I don't know if it'll let me do side by side. Maybe. So, which is the real Mars? Can somebody explain to me how the red planet can look so different between different releases of the book? Did somebody go back and scrub all the earlier entries and put a newer picture of their round rock on the cover, on the reprint? There's a question for you. So NASA can't even get their pictures together from year to year, and they can't seem to agree on on anything. They constantly contradict themselves. And seriously, I want to know what takes a color picture in outer space and sends that data back to Earth. No one's still able to explain that to me. They talk about having all these separate sensors, and we only take pictures in the infrared, or it takes pictures in UV, or it's a black and white camera. They never actually have a CCD sensor, or what's the other kind of sensor on these camera sensors that they send up in space. They're not like your cell phone. They're not like a DSLR. They're separate sensors for getting very specific waves of light, or cutting through cloud layers or whatever, or to get great detail in black and white, shooting through the infrared. So they readily admit that they colorize them when they come back. So why can't they colorize everything the same? Why is there inconsistencies? I mean, are they that pathetic that they look at this picture? They're running a freaking telethon here, press conference. I mean, how sad is that? They invite the press to come here, obviously read through the press junkets, get some photos for their newspapers, and we're supposed to believe that they don't fake anything. I believe NASA to be nothing more than amateur model makers. Prop makers. They're just a pseudo-scientific arm of Hollywood. These old men, proud of their work and accomplishments at making toy models and taking it seriously. The interesting thing about the word Hollywood in and of itself is that if you were into occult magic, or you were a Wiccan, or into all the spell casting, whatever, some of the best spell casting wands are made out of Hollywood, actual wood from a holly tree. You can Google that. There's like witchcraft sites that sell wands made out of holly. They're just playing space. Yeah, playing space for our own good, exactly. I think the ultimate goal is to keep us from asking questions, is to separate us from our creator. Replace, you're basically, you're fulfilling the desire for seeking knowledge, that spiritual hole that everybody seems to have. So atheists have to replace it with something. So they replace it with scientism or science. And I think NASA plays a key role in that. All sciences at the university level, in fact, play a key role, because then you'd have, let's just say, three-quarters of the world's population believes in some kind of creator. Then a quarter is maybe atheist or agnostic. And they still want answers too. It just so happens to be a lot of atheists and agnostic people are in positions of power, or they're celebrities, or they're in academia. And they don't want to have to rely on the God crutch, is what they would call it. So science fills that mental void, that mental capacity. So realistically, NASA is selling a product that caters to a group of people. And this group of people buys their product. And they peddle their product. NASA doesn't even have to spend $1 on advertising, because they have a bunch of cheerleaders that go around and say, hey, we went to the moon and this is science. And they'll thump NASA, Bible thump NASA. They'll parade it around as if anything they say is gospel. It's science. We're in white lab coats. We have the authority, the knowledge. They're basically a high priest class. And I think as the society advances from an agrarian society to a technocratic society, your high priest class has to change and has to stay one step ahead. And I think that's the role NASA fills, is they're an arm of the Vatican. And the U.S. is a corporation, of the Vatican. So therefore, by extension, NASA is a subcontractor working within the umbrella. Do I think maybe there is a superior race? No, not really. I think there are individuals who stand above others in every race. I think that's common even in the animal kingdom. Some lions just get darker manes and are bigger and stronger and more assertive. I think we're all humans, and we all need to rely on each other and stop buying into the narrative that because the amount of melanin in my skin pigment is different than that person's, therefore they should be different and or weird or feared or vilified. I think that narrative that is pushed upon us, we need to stop. And kind of what I want to leave here as a message to people who are involved in the flat earth is that you now have been given a seed of power, a seed of truth, and therefore you have the power to change the narrative. And the narrative that they're pushing is division and derision. They want us separated, they want us infighting, and they want us distracted. So I guess you can say it's the 3 Ds: division, derision, and distraction. It's like if you call them on that bullshit and you rally around your fellow human, regardless of their belief in a higher power, in a lack of a higher power, in the globe heliocentric model, infinite plane, dome, inner hollow earth, doesn't really matter what it is they believe in, because you can't change easily what somebody believes, but you can be a better person to them. You have superior knowledge now, and now you need to take that superiority and act upon it and be like, you know what? I'm better than the infighting. I'm better than calling names. I'm better than calling people globetards. I'm better than, denigrating my neighbor because they don't know the truth that I know. Because in the end, what do you really know? You don't really know anything. Oftentimes we get caught up in our own superego and our own id, and we want to be right, and we don't want to be wrong, and we'll defend a stance even if there's doubt that I might be wrong. What if we're wrong about flat earth? I guess it doesn't really matter. But this group of flat earth people have been given power to see the truth for what it is. There is a group of people or an entity or a spiritual body or something that is pushing upon the regular people a narrative of division and hate and distraction. So can you now acknowledge, yes, A, we've been lied to, and B, for what gain? Can I change that narrative? Yes, you can. You can go out and you can meet people. You can befriend these people one-on-one, start up, groups on Facebook or wherever, say Flat Earth Assholes meeting people. Actually go out and meet people who have like-minded interests in person. Don't rely on the digital conveyances, because they can shut those off at any moment, and then you're back to square one. You have zero interaction with people who share your interests. Because in the end, if they do decide to shut everything down because they don't want any more information getting out, what have you got? You've just got communities. That's it. And communities have strength in numbers. And when you're a member of something that has a greater power and potential to come together, that crosses all racial bounds, that crosses all political bounds, all social bounds, because we're all humans first and foremost. We're on this plane, we're on this ground, we're on this terra firma. And that's what's the most important thing here. Is, yes, I show NASA as fraudulent, lying sacks of crap because they're just in it for the money. But now they're to the point where they can't admit to anything. So, fine, they're liars. But what can we do as an individual? Can we round up the troops, so to speak, and meet people on the ground, meet people where they're at, be friendly with them, form our own communities within the larger community of people that don't like what we have to say? That's where I think the power in this flat earth movement is. It's not an activism, because realistically, here's something that doesn't get talked about. I know there's other channels out there that promote activism in a way that's almost proselytizing and it's kind of in your face, but realistically, it's not suggested to anybody to protect your digital assets, right? No one is saying, hey, we need to talk about doing some serious activism here, and we're going to take it to the streets, and we're going to take it to Washington. But, oh, by the way, don't come in this chat room unless you're on the Tor browser. Don't come in this chat room unless you're using a VPN. Don't come in here unless you're hiding your IP address. Because this is important, because what we're going to do is we're going to be upsetting the apple cart, and they know everybody's names, they know everybody's IP addresses, right? So you don't think that they know who you are and that you're going to cause trouble before you even cause the trouble? You're kidding yourself. So activism is very dangerous in terms of where this flat earth thing can go, where it has the potential to go. And it just takes one bad actor to ruin the entire play. And that is something that really needs to be discussed here, is activism is great, it gets the word out, but what's the end game? Is the end game something akin to Guy Fawkes blowing up the parliament? You got to really ask yourselves, there's a certain tone that's going along with flat earth activism that, if you read between the lines, it's almost like, are you willing to die for this? Is the next line coming out of the mouths of people who are pushing activism. But nobody's talking about this, and that is what's coming, is you will be branded and marked by your political stance on this. If flat earth is a real geopolitical threat to the powers that be, and it is true, they will push back with the utmost force. Now, keep in mind, there is no freedom of speech on the internet anymore. We handed over the keys to the internet to the UN. And there's a lot of countries in the UN that don't like free speech. So you need to keep this in mind, before you're volunteering your true name and your true IP address, to the powers that be that identify you as a member of a cult. Because that's all it takes. One person in Congress, one lawmaker, one loud talking head on CNN to just sling around the C word. One brush of the C word and it's over. You guys are branded. Then what? All the activism was for nothing. Yep, Waco, Ruby Ridge, the whole thing. It's all something that's very real that does happen to people who lie outside of the accepted bounds of whatever's considered mainstream. And every religion, every political group, every social group has an avenue they're allowed to travel in. And as soon as they step out of that avenue, they're marked. Like for instance, let's be real. The government doesn't like the Amish because they're not tied into the system. But they've been doing it for so long, they can't say anything without looking like religious oppression. However, they definitely like putting Amish grandpas in prison for tax evasion whenever they can. So they're always watching them. They're not getting out of their obligations to the corporation of the United States. So once the flat earth movement gets established to the point where there's clear leaders, there's clear people calling the shots, there's clear groups going out and doing things that are being orchestrated by another person, then you're going to get identified as a political movement. And that's where it gets dangerous. So my point is that flat earth needs to be more about the humans, the people, the reaching out and tying up communities and being compassionate. There are those among us who have the capabilities of being counselors. Essentially, consider all the fallout that, let's say, flat earth starts to take hold and it starts to really, really affect people who believe that we're on a spinning ball. That's not a joke. There's real social and personal and emotional implications that come with being lied to or changing one's paradigm. There's people literally going to need counseling, grief counseling, very much the same like deprogramming when people get out of cults and brought back into the real world. Who among us is going to step up and hold and guide these people, help these people, realize that, hey, it's not so bad that the earth is flat. We're a bunch of great people here. We love each other and we take care of each other. You know, you need to remind them that they no longer need to have their hand held by the government. And that's the key issue here is that once that paradigm shift occurs and flat earth becomes the dominant talking point, people will start to get their sovereignty back. And we're going to be put in a position to have to address our sovereignty and our willingness to say, you know what, we don't need you anymore. And that's why we're going to be a threat to the government, to the powers that be, to the clergy. You know, it's great for, you know, flat earth is I've touched on this on the last stream. Flat earth is at the beginning of a burgeoning economy. There's literally going to be millionaires within the next 5 years because they've sold or participated in flat earth in some capacity, much like the aliens things, you know, the gatherings they did in Roswell in the 70s and 60s and stuff. It was just a bunch of kooky people getting together because they all believed aliens landed and it just was fun. They all had books to sell, stories to sell, you know, and that's what's going to happen here with the flat earth. So that being said, there's still a human component here. Yes, there's opportunity to make money. Yes, there's opportunities to broaden the community, bring more people in, generate interest and publicity, but we still need to remember that humans are the key components here. We're not automatons. We're not slaves to the system. Our minds are free and they're awake, and therefore we have the power above people who don't. In terms of not a superiority thing, not like was brought up earlier. You do believe in a superior race, but I do believe in superior intelligence. And intelligence is twofold. You have an emotional intelligence. Are you empathetic? Do you understand what people are going through? Do you realize that your words have meaning? That saying a soft gesture or a kind word to somebody can actually make somebody's day turn around? You know, are you stuck in traffic on your commute home cursing at people? You know, or are you patient and realize, you know what, I'm going to get home eventually. It doesn't really matter. So what if I'm 15 minutes late? I'll still get home. You know, this paradigm shift affects us at the core being of who we are. And therefore, everything about us evolves. Higher learning, higher intelligence, higher adaptability, higher emotionality. And all these things can change you for the better if you allow them to. And you don't buy into the television nightly news, the left-right paradigm, the back and forth fighting, the race baiting. Just turn your TV off. It's unnecessary. You know, I challenge anybody who's a flat earther to kill your TV. You know, if you have to wean off slowly. Start to use Hulu and Netflix, and then eventually turn those off. Because realistically, anything that's got a commercial on it has programming signals and messages, delta waves in it. This is kind of like news knowledge that's out there. Because freedom in your mind is far more powerful than a McDonald's ad that's bouncing around in your head, some jingle for a car lot, some tune in your head, the nightly news that runs a series of programming based on a common narrative. You know, I'm sure you've seen the compilation videos of all the news clips around the world playing the same story over and over again, even though they're all in different cities and they're all reading from a script. It says at the end of every news broadcast that this is a program. It's not news. It's all scripted. It's all written centrally and broadcast out over a wide network so that everybody hears the same message. And that's why it's important to turn that off, because that is the brainwashing of 1984, George Orwell's novel. That is the telescreen that's just beating the same thing over and over. But now it's slick, it's polished. It's not a monotone voice saying the same thing over and over and over again. But it's done ultrasonically, it's done with flickering images on the screen, it's done at 60 hertz. You know, for those of you in Europe, it's done at 50 hertz, which is a little safer frequency than 60 hertz, that's for sure. So that's kind of my message for my channel, is the human element is the most important thing that we need to value and cherish. And that's why the skin color doesn't matter, or their personal beliefs don't matter. What matters is how you treat each other. Sorry, I haven't really been looking at the comments. I hope I didn't miss anything. Yeah, you notice that too. Apollo 4, 5, and 6 had the same clouds. I appreciate that. This is something just came over me and said, you know what, you need to get your voice out there. You need to, you have a message to tell people. And I went out and bought a microphone and figured out how to do this live thing. So I hope, you know, more and more people want to hear what I have to say, and I don't want it to come across as proselytizing or preachy, or like I'm barking orders at people, or I'm kicking people out of the room because they have a disagreement. If anybody, you know, has anything to add to the discussion, I'm more than willing to talk about whatever it is. There's nothing really off limits in my chat room, really. I will talk about anything. And that's something that a lot of the other chat rooms don't discuss. You know, there's a lot of hot button items and topics that get you banned real quick. Yeah, I could say I've probably not really watched TV since 2007 either. My rational, calm way of speaking is actually what's kept me from doing YouTube videos for a while. I don't really like the way I sound. I always get talked over in a group. So, let me check. All right, I'm at 801 subscribers. I only need 199 more. This will be great. We're getting close. Unfortunately, I can't post my link in a lot of rooms because I don't have a blue wrench. So if any of you guys who are in here now would be willing to post a link to my channel and or live chat, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. after that, I'm not really going to beg for subscribers. That's just a minimum threshold to get the super chat thing unlocked. I lost a lot of subs over the YouTube adpocalypse over the last couple years. I've been demonetized on a lot of videos. Say anything bad about NASA, they kind of clamp down on you. What was this? Here's a link to my chat. What? That was bad. Unbelievable. Yeah, you need 1,000 subs for super chat and I don't know, 10,000 views or something. But my view count, I've got crap ton of views, but YouTube removed probably about 3,000 subscribers from me over the last couple of years when I stopped being active. So I feel like I'm building all over from square one, but at least this time there's a good reason for it. You know, all the quote unquote stars have aligned. To make this endeavor worthwhile. What do I think of DeBay's work? I really like his 200 Proofs book, honestly. However, yeah, 30%. DeBay's work is it's kind of like the Cliff Notes of Flat Earth 101. He's compiled all the good tidbits, all the readable little sound bites in one place to get the conversation going. However, in my mind, you know, of his 200 proofs, I would say 85% at least have some validity to go, maybe, and about 15% are like, yeah, no, I'm not buying that garbage. However, that being said, I think Goodwin's Law applies to Eric DeBay, and those of you who know what that is know exactly what I'm talking about. And by that measure, I don't think it really matters if what he's saying is true. It's about perception. It's about public acceptance and perception, and all it takes is one smear campaign, one broad brush of the media to paint flat earthers as anti-Semites, and you got a problem. Because you want to get your message out, you have to use the media. Well, who runs the media? So, you know, if that's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater or cutting off your nose to spite your face, then I don't know what is. So you can believe what you want to believe, or you can really think this history revisionism has merit, and maybe it does. Maybe it can stand on its own, but it doesn't necessarily be tied into the geography of the place we live. You know, if anybody's hiding flat earth, it's the Vatican, not the Jews. Am I trying to make money from Eric DeBay's information? No, I have my own information. In fact, I've written a number of books. I am going to be releasing a book here shortly called Flat Track, and it's basically going to answer the common 20 most or so questions that get asked a lot in chat rooms, based on rational. I'm not going to use any speculation basically to answer things. I'm going to answer things based on things that can stand up to scientific scrutiny and or have argumentation merit. Do governments not ultimately control the medias these days? Yes and no. The media pretty much can do what it wants, but it also can be bought off. If they feel, let's use the Trump election, for instance, if they feel threatened in any way that their position and their power and their money may change, they will take a hardline political stance and therefore bandy up to the political party that they favor the most. So yeah, in a way, there's a marriage there for sure. Correct. I don't need debate because my research into flat Earth has always been about exposing NASA, has never been about showing the geometry of which we live on. In fact, I can make devil's argument as to why you would never see curvature, but I'm not going to do that. Or why you wouldn't see curvature over a 26,000 mile diameter ball, but that just kind of throws a wrench into everything. What about Alex Jones? What about him? Let's just put it this way. You don't get a TV show that's syndicated on multi-network platforms unless you're in bed with somebody. He has a narrative to pull. He has an audience to reach. And I've met this... Let's just say he's different in person than he is on TV. He does play a character. However, for the most part, he does read real news stories that are out there. Whether that's his job to read these obscure news stories that get buried just so that this information's in public eye and there's public discourse on these things, that's probably his role, realistically. Does he not talk about certain things that need to be discussed? Yeah, absolutely. He avoids topics. He uses euphemisms for a lot of things, and if you've been listening to him long enough, you know exactly what he's talking about when he says globalist. You know exactly what he's talking about when he says reptilian. Exactly. Real fake news stories. Congress's live false reality TV show. Yeah, it is, actually. And you know what? A lot of these people don't even know that they're playing a part. It's oftentimes the people who we elect are not the people who are leading us. Oh, Alex Jones is not nearly as fake as NASA. Look, somebody will fill Alex Jones's shoes if he decides to retire or gets taken out. There is an audience of people out there to sell product to, out there to get subscription money from, out there to get donations from. There is a huge, huge audience. I think he reaches something like 200 million people a day through his various channels. And if you just take the 1% rule, of money gained from any advertising venture, that's a pretty substantial amount of money. I'm a British, non-religious Jew. Yes. We'll just call them evil elite bankers. They aren't necessarily Jewish at all. They might claim to be Jewish because it's the thing you do. It's the club you're in, right? But do they have the J1 allele in their blood type, in their lineage? You know, that begs the question there. Grover says, I have lost interest in most things since discovering flat Earth, like many others. Why is it so life-changing? Well, it's a paradigm shift. You know, it's like finding, it's no different than finding Jesus for the first time. You're just so ecstatic and interested, and you want to tell everybody, and you're reading everything you can about it. You're just absorbing it. It's just new information, new content. Exactly. Everybody who I know who is Jewish are just regular people. They're not, you know, they're not Zionists, monsters, or whatever the heck that is. For the truth, I'm not sure what you mean by your comment. Do you people have your blinders, your glasses on? Watch the old and the new? Is that watch the old and the new statement? Watch the old and the new question? Get on back to being human to each other. Well, there's really not much to say about that, is there? That's the statement in and of itself. Be human to each other, right? It's like you have to teach people, you have to remind people, hey, stop being an ass and start being compassionate. You know, that just boggles my mind that people forget that, you know, there's more important things than consumerism. There's more important things than chasing the dollar and one-upmanship in this capitalistic society. It's like we breed this competitiveness that's unnecessary. Yes, true content is the best content. However, one could argue that truth is merely a perspective from one side. Like, what do we know as humans? What do we know? What do we know with our own senses to be true? We can feel something is true, but it doesn't make it true. I know what an orange tastes like. I know what it feels like to pull an orange off the tree and peel it and eat it. I can describe its taste and its texture. Those are things that I know. Now, if I told somebody else who had never had an orange exactly my experience down to the citric tang in the rind and the smell when you peel it and that scent, they can get a pretty good idea of what I said, but without having experienced it themselves, they truly don't know. They don't know. I've given them secondary knowledge. I'm the one with the primary knowledge, so therefore I can claim I know. And which brings me to nobody knows space. of anybody who can know space, there's only 10 of them left in the world who have supposedly been further than 220 miles up. And we have to take their word for it. And a lot of them are mum about it. Keep them pretty quiet. And that to me is suspicion in and of itself. It seemed to me like I wouldn't be able to shut up about standing on the moon. I'd have so many books written about the experience. You know, I'd be smiling from ear to ear. I stepped on another terrestrial body. And that's kind of what leads me down the path of, you know, the way to expose the truth in Flat Earth is to expose the lies of NASA. Because too many people take them on their word, and they don't know. They have tertiary knowledge from NASA. They don't even have secondary knowledge because we didn't debrief the astronauts personally. So we can't even take the astronauts' word. We take the public media relations officer's word from NASA that they went to the moon. We look at their photos they provided for us. We don't know how they were made or taken. We just have to assume they took them with the Hasselblads on the moon, and the electrochrome film in the canisters didn't get zapped through the radiation belts twice, and that they were able to change the film canisters or the film slides on the back of the canisters in a near vacuum environment without any problem or dust getting on any single pictures. Yet lunar dust supposedly was everywhere and corrosive and got into everything, but somehow didn't get into non-modified Hasselblads. So, you know, there's that. Who am I? What background do I come from? I make fake pictures. I get paid to do Photoshop. I've always been a visual artist, designer type of person. So when I see something, so it's my job to notice details. It's my job to pay attention to every minute possibility. Or when I see something for the first time that's been done in print, I have to know how it's done. I have to recreate it. I have to explore how I can imitate what I just saw because I want to know the technique too. So my curiosity is what led me to uncovering a lot of things. Yeah, I don't know. I think my integrity might have a price. If they wanted to shut me up, there's at least 5 or 6 figures in there, 7, maybe 8. Keep me quiet. But I doubt it. They'd rub me out. Because you know what I could do with the money. I can continue my work with working with people and helping people, right? I wouldn't just run off and be quiet. I would just not say anything about NASA faking pictures anymore. But I could be on the ground and I can do the things I want to do, build the communities I want to build. So yeah, I can be bought off, but there's still integrity behind the reasoning. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that are coming to Flat Earth with agendas. Absolutely. Any new movement's going to have multi-factions in the beginning and people with agendas and people making money off of things. And, you know, well, we live in a capitalistic society, so there's nothing wrong with capitalism in and of itself. However, I warn against the cult of personalities. I tell people to pay attention to the people's message in their actions and, you know, see where they go. Give people the benefit of the doubt, you know. They aren't paying us to expose them further, they just kill. But realistically, when you lose your fear of death, then you've got nothing to lose if you die. Because that means that was how your story played out. That was your timing. That was how you were supposed to go out. And by gosh, what an interesting way to go out. That story could get exposed. NASA sent a hit squad in to take out somebody, could you imagine? Oh no, of course I'm gonna shoot myself in the back of the head twice, or have a terrible accident, or have a heart attack, even though I'm ridiculously healthy, But I'm not afraid of death. Once you lose the fear of death, life's doors, possibilities open dramatically. You can do anything you want. You can explore anywhere. You can just be free from that mental construct of death. It's not something to be afraid of. However, it is an interesting concept that we don't know our death date. We don't know our birth date. We don't have control over those two dates. But we do have control over every day in between. We all have a price. Yes, we all have a price. But what are you going to do with your bag of silver? I think what you do with your bag of silver speaks volumes to your reasoning for selling out in the first place. Everyone is entitled to make a buck, even if they work hard and deserve it. It's not the best enterprising idea, but I can see how it can be majority exploited. Yeah. Look, I didn't ask to be born in a capitalistic society. If I were born in another time period or society was just different, say we were an agrarian society, I would be a farmer, right? But I'm not. So I have to work within the bounds and the constructs that I'm given. So do I inherently feel the monetary system is evil? No, but people's desire for it makes people do evil things. What if I fear someone else's death? I think that's the same thing as fearing your own death, because that can be used against you as leverage. What if they got your 6-year-old daughter and a knife to her throat, and they're like, gonna chop her head off, right? And you'll do anything. Oh, spare me, right? Or spare her, but take me. Would you do that? What if you're the one with the message and the knowledge? The only reason why they'd want to kill your daughter is because she doesn't know anything, but they're going to use that as an emotional ploy to control you. So again, the fear of death is a control mechanism. No, NASA cannot answer to the fakery at all. They can't even respond to it one bit because it validates it. And the second they validate it, they could be open to a huge, giant class action lawsuit, internal investigation and fraud and where their money's going. Because right now, if you think about it, NASA is the only arm of the government that's not corrupt. They're the only arm of the government that's never lied, never misspent funds. The only arm of the government. I find that hard to believe. So, just look what happened the day after Donald Rumsfeld says, yeah, we kind of lost $3 trillion. We don't really know where it is. There's kind of a budgeting shortfall there. Well, the whole wing of the Pentagon got disappeared. So if they're willing to do that, imagine what NASA's willing to do to keep their money flowing. Do I work for the government? Heck no. That's like welfare. If you're a government employee, it means you aren't a creator. It means you aren't a doer. You aren't even a thinker. You're just somebody looking for a safe job and a pension. think government employees are bullshit. They're not even real people. They can't stand on their own. They need the handouts of others. They need to be on the other end of the extortion arm. So, no, fuck the government. And now you're calling me a parasite? Or them parasites? Yeah, the rocket hugged the curve of the Earth pretty good, huh? No footage of that at all? Yeah, right. I watched TV that morning, and I remember those guys in the suits carrying out the airplane panels, the silver panels with the red and white stripes on them, and putting pieces on the lawn. I saw that. If I work for the government with my photo skills, I do not. I don't want a 9-to-5 job. I like what I do because I can pick and choose when I work, and I can pick and choose who I work for, and I can tell a client to go fuck off. I like that. Should people killing people for other people fear of death? Your syntax is slightly strange, but if you're talking about the government killing other people and using that as fear, then no. I think you need to see through that narrative. Yeah, is there a platform somewhere, somehow, that can try to call out NASA one day for their bullshit in the wide public arena? Honestly, the really only way that you can do that is if you actually worked at NASA and you brought back a binder full of fakery and photo evidence and video clips of shenanigans, right? So, but in doing so, you've essentially committed treason. So that'll never happen. And I guarantee you, they catch anybody leaking crap out of NASA, it's going to be a very quiet military court. Regular people, they can just dismiss us as pseudo-intellectuals, as quacks, as we don't know what we're talking about. Should hitmen fear death? I've always wanted to be a harbinger of doom. If I was granted a superpower to be a superhero to take out bad people, I would like to be able to just walk up to people like George Soros or the Rothschilds, or just touch them. Just say, you're done. Bye-bye. I'm waiting for some astronaut deathbed confessions, honestly. That would be great. We probably do have the power. I don't know. I've experienced and seen some pretty weird crap in my life, so it would not doubt me in the slightest. Who, the Rothschilds and the Soros group and all that? Yeah, they are worse than serial killers. But the sad thing is, there's always been old men in charge of us that really... You know what I think? I honestly think once you've reached 60, that, let's say 65, it's a good number. Once you've reached 65, you no longer need to have a voice for the generation of the future generation. You can just enjoy retirement and hobbies. You know, I don't think your hobbies should be being a villain, you know? I just don't know why there's so many old people thinking they know what's better for the younger generation or the new generation. People that are a third to half their age, and they're going to change and shape the scope of the political and social landscape because of some biases they had because of their age. Yeah, old men die, but not soon enough, you know. And it's like the older they get, the more Kafka-esque their policies are, and the more they want to see things a certain way. It's just it's sick and evil. Yeah, NASA got caught fudging global warming figures, but that's the problem with statistics. Statistics can be just presented in any way to show almost anything you want to show. However, they actually fudged real numbers, and they're not going to be held accountable for that because ultimately it pushes a narrative forward, and the narrative is all that matters. It's a means to an end, and if their end is carbon tax and not holding manufacturers and producers accountable for the amount of pollution they emit, but rather hold the people accountable through shame and fear and guilt, you know, all that bullshit, then yeah, they're gonna fudge the numbers all they want. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the VA hospital system. Not really there to help. It doesn't seem like it anyway. It's just they're bound by too much red tape. They say they care for the veterans, but it certainly doesn't look that way. I don't know how many people who go to the VA and they're actually happy to be there or got good service. I think if the VA was a privately funded hospital, they'd have been out of business in the 70s. Especially the way they treated the Vietnam vets after the whole Agent Orange incident. Oh yeah, the harvesting of organs is like $1 billion a year business in China. The UK ain't got shit on the Chinese hospitals for organ harvesting. And yet nobody says anything about it. Nobody wants to put any political or social or economic pressure on the Chinese government for allowing the practice to continue. It's basically yeah, shame on you, don't do that. And then Chinese issues a statement, yeah, we don't do that anymore. And they're like, okay. And yet it still goes on. Has it ever occurred to anybody that you can step outside of the system and you can become your own sovereign person, start your own sovereign nation, and say no to what's being presented to you as an option? Yes, the indoctrination would be too deep to overcome in another generation. However, if you're familiar with the movie The Village, the M. Night Shyamalan movie, only the elders, the original founding members, kept the secrets of the old world or the old ways or the old paradigm to themselves, and they were willing to go to the grave for it. All it takes is one generation planted with prosperous ideals of growth and prosperity and treating each other in a better manner. Like, they just don't even know that there was another way of doing things. It just never occurred to them. And that's what I think building a new society can be about. Yeah, we can learn a lot from the people we tried to eradicate because we wanted the property they roamed on. I'm not even going to call it their land because they didn't even believe in ownership of Earth. I did actually catch Wayward Pines the first season. It was very interesting. I liked the concept. And it kind of has to be done that way. It kind of has to be one guy knows the truth and is willing to sacrifice everything to keep people from going back to the old habits. But unfortunately, as you saw on the TV show, I think it played it out that they pushed the narrative of the town lynchings or whatever it was they did, the roundups, to keep the peace. However, I think that would naturally occur as factions and divisions would naturally arise in any large group of people who are unsatisfied with their surroundings and or food resources become scarce. I think you end up in a Lord of the Flies scenario rather quickly. But the premise is correct. You need the younger generation to carry the torch that us older generation failed to keep lit. This place was given to all of us, not just to a select few. Of course, it was given to all of us, but a select few have taken it over for themselves. That's something that needs to change. And unfortunately, in order to actually have a real impact in flipping the script, you're not going to shame these people in letting go of their privilege, if you catch my drift. Thanks for joining us, Tara Pancake. Is there a break-off civilization outside of our own land masses? Well, again, it takes us down the land of speculation, and anything's possible. You know, me and my friends joke that that's where Prince and David Bowie and Michael Jackson are. You know, they all got a ticket to leave and go to some other land. You know, maybe all the thousands of kids that disappear on a daily basis, they ship them off to these other lands too, to start new societies, new civilizations. You know, you can speculate till you're blue in the face and come up with all kinds of plausible explanations as to where people are disappearing to. Have the elite been stockpiling and planning for destruction of this continent so they can start their own? I don't know. It again, it goes back to not knowing. If you don't know, then you're just guessing. But it's an interesting thought experiment to think that, yeah, maybe there are other lands out there that they do know for sure, but it was only recently that we even had the technology to get to the lands. For instance, let's say we use the whole infinite plane ice wall, Antarctica is just endless ice scenario, and there's another pocket with another sun and other lands and moon, all that stuff. Well, you're talking a distance greater than which even our modern airplane can fly before it gets half its tank is empty. And at that halfway point, an airplane has to turn around, or it has to decide to continue on and not know that it's going to make it to anywhere it's going to make it. And there's obviously no jet fuel, no refueling stations, and no runways at these new places that we know of, especially if you're exploring. So it would be just a one-way suicide mission, basically. You're just going with enough supplies and hoping wherever you land, you're just going to have to figure it out. Or do you get high enough and you see a faint glimmer of light off in the distance and you can see a sun far enough away? And that's maybe what we've been sending up weather balloons and looking for this whole time. When they send up these weather balloons in Antarctica. So maybe they have found something, but maybe the distance has been too great to get there until now. Or, if you want to speculate even further, what if that's where the UFOs come from? What if there's more advanced civilizations over there, and they've just been flying over here on gravitism and, you know, fancy advanced spacecraft, and we finally have a shared mutual agreement with these people, and they're bringing our people over there, or they're helping us get there, or whatever, but the rest of us just don't know about it. So yeah, there's that whole thing you could really extrapolate out into a great, amazing tale of science fiction. But again, you don't know, but it sounds good. So there's always that. Greenland's actually pretty small. It's not that big. Just if you look at the Mercator projection, everything above a certain latitude and below a certain latitude gets distorted for continuity of distances between longitude. What is the use of people of the likes of Justin Bieber? Well, believe it or not, Justin Bieber got his start because he was a little kid little drumming sensation on YouTube. And the media always wants little pop idols that they can make money off of. Now, there's probably, again, speculation, a broader reason as to why pop idols even exist. You know, is it just for our entertainment and that's all it is? It's innocent? Or is this part of child worship and pedophilia and idolatry and stage energy and live concerts, you know, where you get millions of screaming children and you suck their energy, you know? Who knows? You know, but it does seem suspicious when you're on the outside looking in all of a sudden. You're like, oh, this is kind of weird. So, yeah, I think maybe he serves two reasons. Like, they have no problem allowing one person to become a millionaire in order to suck billions out of a whole bunch of people, a few dollars at a time. They'll reward him with his pound of silver. And meanwhile, they're fleecing the rest of us, you know, through their just bubblegummy, gross, repetitive, repeat in threes music. It's all recorded in 440 hertz, you know, so there's something going on there. What it is, I don't know what. So yes, they do have solar planes that stay in the air for 12 months, but look at the latitudes at which they fly. They're always within a few degrees of the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn for the maximum amount of sun exposure. So you start flying a solar plane outside along the edge where there's no light. How much further is that plane going to go when there's no sun directly overhead? When I asked about a superior race, I meant beyond the ice wall, pulling the strings of our leaders. But if so, why? What do they have that they would need? Let me answer Justin Bieber thing real quick here. Yes, he of course was put in place. There are talent scouts that go around and look for people like that to fill a void in the pop industry. Like every few years, it's like clockwork. They always have somebody of the same age coming in new at the same time. Anyway, back to the superior race question across the ice wall. I don't know. Like, okay, let's say that you go back to some esoteric history about Hyperborea in the Hyperboreans, you know, it's quite possible that the original human race came from across the ice because we just kind of showed up on the fossil scale at a particular year, and there was no missing link between all the different species. So anthropologists kind of all agree, yeah, we just kind of showed up here. And that's kind of where they start the count of Homo sapiens. So, yeah, we were brought here, or we crossed here, or something, right? So you want to get into that, then yeah, I guess you could say that some of us are waking up and desiring to go back, and that's why we're all finding each other. Or, it's another divide and conquer race story that's just propagated once again into the channels of the conspiracy and weird. Cross so much ice we leave the sun behind, but for how long? I would say at least 10,000, 12,000 miles. It's a long distance before you would even have the hint of a glow on the horizon of another sun. So you'd be in essential pitch black darkness and howling winds and negative 300 degrees. It's a physical barrier. So even if there's no dome or firmament, it's physically impossible to just get to these places. Gordula, I have convenient happenstance to keep the goy distracted, at least some of them, those into Justin and those who hate us with hate on him. We have slaves and resources. I think if there was a public disclosure about, okay, everybody, the earth is flat, we did finally find land and we made contact, that could be the big reveal, right? The aliens are real, they just happen to be from over there. And then that would be the way to ease into several conspiracies all at once. And then all of a sudden you can get the public backing a unified government, because getting over there is going to require the resources of all of us. So we all need to band together, and all this infighting and all these borders and boundaries are just kind of screwing us up. So if we want to go to this other land, we need to be all on the same page. So we need a central government, we need a central currency, and we need a central religion. And we're going to worship this new deity that's over there. And then that's how you get everybody to agree to start financing and building and doing whatever it takes to get across wherever it is. That's at least how I could see the narrative play out in a broader scale over many years. Yeah, I think the record executives always are hoping for the next Elvis. They're hoping for the next Michael Jackson. So that's why they find people like Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlake, and a lot of Justins. Thanks for popping in. 444 The Truth. They clone our stars now. Probably, but have you guys seen some of the really weird things they're doing over in Korea and Japan with pop music and pop stars? I believe Korea, if I'm not mistaken, has a pop group that's entirely digital. They're not even real, they're cartoons. But they play on stage as like live holograms. So cloning our stars is just going to be a moot point real soon here. They'll just manufacture whatever they want, and you'll only see them on TV on your computer and, through a holographic projection on TV. And it'll be like perfectly written pop songs. Do you really think we can get past the 60-degree parallel covered by the Antarctic Treaty? I'm not sure they will ever allow it, and it is not up for review until 2040. Well, there's of course the tough physical limitation. Like, it's cold, it's a long way. So you need a big ship that has a lot of supplies that won't get crushed in pack ice. So that means you need a really giant icebreaker with a shit ton of fuel. However, the Antarctic Treaty basically states that you can't have diesel fuel below a certain parallel unless you're specifically invited or you're part of scientific expedition or whatever, government's doing something. So that means that you need to rent yourself a nuclear icebreaker. It just so happens that the last nuclear icebreaker that was available for private lease was decommissioned a couple years ago. It's called the Yamal. It was a Russian icebreaker up in the Arctic. So you'd have to pay for that thing to go all the way down to South America or New Zealand, and then load up on supplies, and then travel south. So you're talking at least a good year on the ocean just to get the thing down there. So because there are no nuclear icebreakers that aren't military vessels anymore, you can't really get past the 60-degree parallel. It's just impossible, financially and even militarily, supposedly, that the military can't even go below the 60 parallel, but they can patrol that line. Exactly. CGI actors do not require payment. Do you not think you would still be challenged by authorities even if you had a nuclear icebreaker? Oh, for sure. And in fact, you'd probably be approached by anti-nuclear factions first. So there would be the public shaming of having a nuclear icebreaker down there in the first place. And I'm sure there's probably something in the treaty that says you can't even have those down there. And then you'd be hassled by governments if you happen to be in the pie wedge of a government's slice of Antarctica they don't want you to be in. So it's beyond inconvenient to even present a scientific expedition down there, even with all the money. There's just some things that are just off topic, just no-go, not up for debate, not up for discussion. And I believe an Antarctic treaty or an Antarctic expedition would be one of them. So the $1 million raised by another team of streamers to travel to the ice wall and beyond is a joke. Honestly, $1 million is not a lot of money. Just to do, well, let me put it in perspective. If I wanted to go on an Antarctic vacation and I didn't just do the little cruise to the peninsula there, it would cost me $40,000 to get there. Just me, by myself. What's $1 million? What, you bring 5 people with you? Yeah, it's $1 million ain't shit. We're talking $1 billion is the starting point to be taken seriously. And that's greasing a lot of NGOs, that's greasing a lot of palms, that's paying a lot of environmental fees and fines, and then there's the equipment aspect of what's allowed to be traveled across the ice. Again, outside the little zones you see, you're not allowed to bring any vehicle that runs on diesel or heavy fuel of any kind. So what are you going to get across the ice with? Dogs? Then you've got contention with, crevasses and cracks in the ice that are potentially a quarter-mile wide and up to 500 miles in either direction. That would be really hard to cross. And unless you're permanently resided down there and you can map and chart those areas ahead of time. Oh, and another thing, they just passed this last year, you can't fly drones down there. Any unmanned aerial aircraft are banned, and they've been added to the Antarctic Treaty. So even if you were down there on a boat for the cruise, you can't bring your drone to go fly up and look over the ice wall. So even if you were allowed to do the expedition, you couldn't even have a drone on the expedition to fly ahead and check for crevasses and chart your path. Because I guarantee you, if they grant you permission to do this, it's going to be under a very narrow scope. You're going to have minders. You're going to have to have people with you that are guides and or Arctic explorers or Arctic survivalists, which of course are going to be, NGO handlers. Yeah, that Danish kid, the Landhoy kid, he's a sailor or Viking kid, whatever, he's from Denmark. He's tested the boundaries and he's actually gone to jail. So he just went down there in a sailboat. And I still think they're holding a couple $1 million fine over his head for crossing the line. The narrative is that, the troops engaged in a battle with UFOs with swastikas painted on the sides, and they were taking out their ships and airplanes almost immediately, and so they retreated. That's the narrative. Yeah, you're not getting out of this place without their permission. And of course, they're not going to give you permission because that means you're one group less of taxpayers that can contribute to their coffers. And if you happen to have enough money to pull off an expedition, they're going to wonder, well, where's our cut? If you have this much money, let's check your taxes and make sure you're not trying to leave here with a bunch of money, as if the money would be good in another land. But that's how psychotic they are about money. Hold on, I'm getting something here. Hey, a real fake Tim Osman, I want to talk. Who's Tim Osman? Apparently, I thought you had a wrench. Yeah, especially when they probably know his financials and he doesn't have $2 million to begin with. It's mostly a deterrent. They'll probably never be able to enforce it, but, you know, they'll scare you with it. Oh, I guess people are trying to call me through Google Hangouts. Sorry, pretty new to this. Tim Osmond Troll. Okay. The NSA is going to hear you organize that and be waiting. Well, of course they are. I mean, you don't get to mount an expedition in secret, especially when there's a bunch of red tape and paperwork you got to sign and money that has to be paid and environmental impact fees, and you know, they have to approve your mission in the first place, and what scientific expedition are you doing, and which government organization is sponsoring it. You know, there's a lot of questions. Google Hangouts gets the chat shut down through porn hack. Well, are we going to be watching porn on Google Chats? Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, think about it. You can't even explore North Korea without a minder, you know? And that's not a dangerous place to be. You know, at the very least, they'll say, hey, you need an Arctic survival guide with you. This is dangerous, you know? So, of course, a minder is going to make sense, but they're not going to call him a minder. He's there for your safety and protection from the harsh penguins. Yes, Hangouts is how Sanchez was getting porn sniped. I don't even know what that is. The hack will make us watch porn. Interesting. It's probably pretty boring porn anyway. Gets your channel shut down. Tim Osmond and his friends troll Flat Earth live broadcast, getting on the panel and kicking out the host of the... Oh, so it's just getting you to break the terms of agreement with YouTube by showing porn. Got it. I was on Hangouts last night with somebody, and I didn't really see, like, because I just have my camera turned off, I didn't see how anybody could broadcast. It would just be in their tiny little window at the bottom, wouldn't it? A little inch thumbnail of porn scrolling by or something. Well, I don't know why they really want to go after me, unless they're NASA people, and they don't like the fact that I'm better at their job than they are. I don't really push Flat Earth to that point. I'm more about the humanity side, the human interest. Kind of moves me a little bit more. So I'm currently using OBS. I don't know what other security there is to it. So basically don't do Google Hangouts portion. Is that what you're saying? And how do I take callers or have interactive conversations with other people without using Hangout? Seems to me like if that much effort goes into getting these voices shut down, that we must be onto something. Yeah, I'm not exactly promoting militant action in the flat earth community, so but I can understand from NASA's point of view why they would not want me to say what I have to say. But I don't know, why can't people send a denial of service attack to these guys? I mean, their IPs have to be just as public as ours. Can't somebody cyberjack Tim Osman, screw him over? That'd be funny. What are my thoughts on alternative natural medicines? Ayahuasca, peyote, mushrooms, etc. They can only take control together. Well, everything has a place for everything natural, I would say. Everything natural serves a purpose. Now, what that underlying purpose is entirely up to the user. For instance, are you in a place in your life where you need to seek the jaguar from ayahuasca? Do you need to meet your spirit guide? Do you need answers that are beyond? Are you so broken that you need reassurance from the other side? Then if so, then I guess you would try DMT to see if that's even an experience you want to go down, because ayahuasca is commitment. And ayahuasca, it's like 6 hours of shitting your pants and barfing your brains out, so. And then also, even amongst the ayahuasca community, there's a lot of shaman in it just for the money, and they're bringing over the roots via religious sacrament exemption rules. So not all of them are versed well in the proper preparation of the drink. Some of them have made some people really deathly sick. Some of them aren't probably people you want to hang around with because you don't trust them. Or they're not people that you want to be in that vulnerable state with for 6 to 8 hours, So I would say when it comes to those kind of things, you need to do your research, pursue with caution, and go in with a group of friends and people you trust, to guide you and be there with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't, I don't think everybody needs to go down those avenues unless you really, really feel that you're at a crossroads in your life, that you need that extra bit of whatever that you're going to get from it. And then, and then have a purpose. Like, what's your end game? What are you going to do with the information when you get it? Are you going to change? Are you going to be a different person? Are you going to walk a different path? Is it going to change how you interact with other people? Or is it just some, millennial experience that you just want to have so you can go down and get real tribal tattoos and say, you did it, man? There's intention is everything. Rob, Skiba, and friends are sending a balloon up 100,000 feet. Actually, I'm sending up a balloon as well. I'm sending up 4 balloons and a real camera. Probably on the day of the solar eclipse in northern Nevada, at the outside of the edge of the full dark spot. That is my plan anyway for the channel. So the main reason why I wanted to get to 1,000 subscribers was once that milestone was reached, I was going to talk more about my plans with the balloons, sending up a real camera with a real lens and not a GoPro, no fisheye lens, a real DSLR with a 24mm lens, so no barrel distortion or pincushion. So yeah, when I get to that point and I get enough subscribers that I can actually monetize the chat, that is something I'll bring up a lot, and I'll keep reminding people, hey, this is a thing, this is happening, here's where we are, kind of thing. So that is on the books for this channel's future progress. Drugs are less harmful than NASA indoctrination. Yeah, probably. NASA indoctrination stays with you for life. The drugs at least go out of your system in a few days. They said there are 10,000 balloons in the sky and the government is sending thousands more up. They found out when they were trying to get a balloon and the order was taking so long to fill. That's funny. Interesting about the more advanced balloons that can go higher than 50,000 feet, but the cost and procurement is only applicable to powers that be, it appears. Not really. It's just money. Any obstacle can be overcome with money and the right attitude. There was a few years ago a damn near impossibility to get helium. There was a helium shortage and we were dipping into our helium reserves. And that was actually interfering with industry, welding and things like that in the medical field. So now, since they found a new deposit in Tanzania or wherever it was, they're all cool with helium again. Helium's one of those noble gases that when it's part of decay, so when there's no more of it, it's gone. So it's one of those finite resources, and NASA doesn't seem to have a problem just wasting as much helium as they want. I don't know what their deal is with that, but they seem to think there's an infinite amount. Let's see. The change happens beyond what you can imagine. I'm from northern Nevada, like Reno, Elko. I'm in Las Vegas, but I'm going to travel to the north of the state to do the balloon launch because I'll be further away from military bases and closer to the path of the solar eclipse, which passes mostly in Idaho, at least for me and my direction. We don't all seek answers. DMT is like the commercial for ayahuasca. Coming soon to a brain near you. Yeah, exactly. It is definitely the teaser drug to see if you even want to go down the road of ayahuasca. I don't think I want to contact the dead. That sounds weird. Curing addiction, I guess that could be very useful. There's a lot of people addicted to all kinds of substances, pharmaceuticals namely. I've been to rocket launches, Black Rock, where they have Burning Man. Yeah, Black Rock is probably, that's my second choice for the balloon launch, just because it's a large enough area that I'd probably easily be able to recover the camera from that area. Reno. I'm in the path in Oregon. I'll be in Salem. I can get helium pretty cheap. I'm a welder, so I get gas pretty cheap. I've actually made hydrogen before with lye and aluminum foil strips, so that's always possible. Yeah, I've heard about the med mic thing. It's interesting. Yeah, the balloon launch is going to be contingent on how well my live stream does. But it's not something that's outside the realm of possibility or something that I can't fabricate here in my workshop. So I really want to send 4 balloons so the camera gets higher quicker. So there's less chance of losing footage because of battery drain, because it took too long to get high enough, and plus, you know, a DSLR is heavier than a GoPro. Oh, you weld too, huh? Art, metal art, I would imagine. Yeah, 62 miles would definitely qualify you as an astronaut. Muscle cars. Yeah, hot August nights. I drove a 73 Duster with open headers all the way from Northern California to hot August nights. That car sounded like it had a 426 Hemi in that thing. Everybody was trying to race me when I got to town. It was so loud. It was so awesome though. But on the way back I got 36 miles a gallon. It was awesome. I have been to a regional Burning Man. I have not been to the big one. I don't really have a desire to go to the big one. Restore them, huh? So you love sheet metal in cars. Sound pretty cool. I've probably forgotten more about muscle cars than most people remember, and it was just a phase. I've graduated from muscle cars to rally cars, and now I just do motorcycles. Mopar woman. See, you know what's up. I had a 72 Challenger. That was my favorite car. And a 73 Duster. But if I had infinite amount of money, could do it all over again, I would still get a 72 Challenger. Only car I liked. But this time I'd make it electric, so I can keep the car on the road forever, despite regulations. I like the 73, it's okay. not much different between the 72. We just get rid of those goofy bumpers, the rubber bumpers on the 73. 440 6-pack. Nah, see, I gotta go with a 340. A real 340 block, way better in a Challenger than a 440. Challenger's nimble. I'm gonna put a beast of a 440 up front. You might as well. Yeah, it's not the best grill, but we're so many years away from the 70s that people are restoring 76 Challengers, you know. My cutoff point is 70, 73. It's like, it's not a muscle car after 73. If I'm going to do a big block, I got to go with a Hemi. 426. However, a 383 stroker with a supercharger, it's a pretty beastly combo there. Well, yeah, of course. I only got to drive a Hemi once, a real one. It was completely original, not restored, just perfect condition. Old man had it. It was a Belvedere. The thing would just roast the tires on a slick pavement. It was hilarious. Polyclass tires, it just didn't grip at all. It's like, who thought this was a good combination? Who would put this much horsepower in a car with tires that didn't grip? Yeah, that seems like forever ago. I was into Mopar. Now I just ride motorcycles. Don't even own a car anymore. Just all about the two wheels. Yeah, I had a VW 1.8 turbo. I think it was a 1.8. It was a Rabbit or Cabriolet. I can't remember. Probably one of the funnest cars I had to beat up on. I don't even remember changing the oil in the car, honestly. See, it's good to be skilled with your hands. And that's something I push a lot too. It's like, you don't need a formal college education. You need skills. You need things to do with your hands and your mind and your creativity and your body, you know, so that way, you know, you can be useful. Especially if I'm going to start a whole new country. You know, we want to bring in the best and brightest and people that can build. Literally build civilization from scratch. So I tell kids to learn a trade. Well, video game skills will be great in the upcoming Robot Wars, or if you're a drone strike pilot. A friend of mine works out at Creech Air Force Base, where they fly the drones and kill people. he basically states that it's set up in such a way that they almost never know they're in a real simulation bombing people with drones. It's almost always seems like training, so that way they don't end up with PTSD. And they're like just all young kids, just video game players. They think it's a video game. I have no appetite for war. Yeah, the story of what goes on in Cuba is quite amazing, and there's pockets of people that thrive despite the hardships and the inaccessibilities they have to things. But also a lot of their society has been pushed down to the point to where they could have easily overthrown and taken back their country and taken back their freedoms, but they've been indoctrinated in such a way that they seem to be okay with their current situation. And I just find that very odd outside looking in, especially like North Koreans, for instance. They're another group of people who have just been pushed and bandied down so hard and brainwashed to the point where they think their current reality is okay. Well, thanks for the shout out there. I'm definitely gonna have to hook up with somebody in the northern neck of the woods there to do my little balloon launch. So it's what this is all about. This is about building communities and establishing connections and basically vetting people who are trustworthy and who are honest and who have qualities that seem to be fading in our country. I think that's what the flat earth can be about and should be about, because for the most part, people who believe the earth is flat and once been woken up generally are salt of the earth people. They are wholesome people. They are good people. And most of them are, I guess, God-fearing people. You know, not all of them, but, you know, that seems to be a common thread amongst a lot of them. It'd be really interesting to figure out what the eclipses are about. You know, I know what we're told, but how does that relate to this new model we've been given? Is it really just passing right above there? Is there a third dark body? You know, that would be even more interesting. If you could get a balloon up there and you could still see the moon in relation to its position to the sun, but the eclipse is still happening despite where the moon's obvious location is, that would be very interesting. Well, North Korea also has signed the Antarctic Treaty, So they apparently agree on whatever's going on in Antarctica. Yeah, just be careful, like, take every bit of information you get with a grain of salt, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and most of all, 99.9% of it is speculation. It's all just guesses at this point, because we don't know. But the one thing you can do for yourself is know people, is learn people, and rally together with people on the physical level. That's one of those things that you are in control of in terms of the information that comes to you, is the people in this I guess movement. Correct. Real-time peer-to-peer is how it really changes. I do agree with that. You can only say so much on the internet, but when it comes to making physical connections, I think those are the ones that are most valuable, the ones that last the longest. Because, the internet can be turned off tomorrow. This stream can be deleted. Correct. Use the internet as a tool to find human interaction. I mean, essentially what we're doing, if it gets down to it, this is really flat earth dating. We are chatting and talking with people and sharing interests and with like minds, and seeing who we can trust, who we can talk to, who resonates with us, and things like that. So it's kind of what we're doing. Yeah, you need a flat crew to hang with. I'm sure there's some flat tards in Reno. It's gotta be. Or you can drive your 73 Challenger down here to Las Vegas. Lots of flat earthers in Las Vegas. Is it white? Hope it's white. Then we can redo the Vanishing Point movie. Yeah, that's what's so great about the flat earth conversation, is it allows you to have, is it sassy grass green? Oh no, it would be green go if it's the real lime green. My favorite color, of course. Black hockey stripes. I always thought that was funny. Just call it gringo. Why go green? Green go. Yeah, what I was saying is finding like-minded people on the flat earth is really interesting, because if you find somebody who can entertain multiple ideas instead of sticking to autocratic dogma, or just like, oh, I like this idea, I'm going to resonate with the dome, and that what must be true because the Bible says firmament, so that's all there is to it. Well, there's a lot more to talk about beyond that. And you need to be able to critically think and entertain all levels of ideas, because this is how we learn from each other, is we bounce ideas back and forth from each other, and other ideas resonate, and they create new thoughts and new ideas, and then you bring those to discussion, and that's what makes this fun, I think, the most. Oh, you got the black hood stripe with the shaker. That's right, you have 446 back. Yeah. Sublime. Flat Earth dating. I'd say more like electronic pen friends. I think you might have just exposed your age there. I don't think anybody under the age of 40 even remembers what a pen pal is. Yeah, I heard about that app, FE Love. I thought it was kind of funny. It's like, I don't want love. It's not what I'm looking for. I'm not terribly old, but I remember what pen pals were. We do have to question all indoctrination. Everything needs to be questioned, even to the point of madness. But at the end of the day, you can sit around and jaw about this, that, and the other thing, but again, it still brings me back to my point. This is about the human connection. Someone saw the writing on the wall. I want to get the hell out of this system. Yep, that's my goal. That's my broader plan. Is to I don't know how to put this. Establish a colony. It sounds weird, but kind of needs to happen. Kind of need to find people that want to just say, screw this place. We can do it better. And we will. A kid's book on critical thinking. You might want to rethink the idea of a book. Make it a kid's app on critical thinking. And make it a game, an interactive game. Yeah, there is a globe exit, but I think you're just literally exiting from the word globe. But without a group of people that share similar convictions and they're like-minded, you would still just end up being an island. So, need to do this with people, you know. I want 25 cents each app that gets sold. Oh yeah, of course. Phones are not going anywhere. I mean, you literally have a powerful computer in your hand and you can reach anybody at any given moment. Really struck me as odd was, you ever get those weather alerts on your phone? I've seen an alert that the president can actually get to everybody's phone at any one time. They have the emergency broadcast system can actually let people know if there's martial law in your area. That just worried me. I was like, oh yeah, they're testing this stuff out. I need to go soon. Yeah, kids will have to look up all of a sudden. Like, where am I? What happened? You know they're not going to let that happen. They love us being distracted. That is the name of the game. Distraction, distraction, distraction. Expand upon what he said about high-tech dark ages. The elite using high-tech trickery to enslave people. Fortunately, that's a bell that can't be unrung. And the there we go. The phone is used in such a way that well, let's just say technology is used in such a way that it becomes intertwined in the culture that you literally have to pry it from their cold dead hands. In other countries, phone access is still relatively expensive. It's not as free and or cheap as it is here. And then again, there are some countries that have 100% coverage for everybody. So it's used as a control mechanism. So look, just because we're even using the computer in the first place and the fact that it's flickering at 60 hertz, it's mind control in and of itself. You know, it's like I have a headache because I've been sitting in front of a computer screen. Now, if I go outside and go for a walk, the headache goes away. You know, but then I have to deal with all this chemtrail nonsense. What am I breathing? You know, it's like, is what am I breathing tied to my electronic device, tied to the food I consume? So now I've got electrostimulation with chemical components in my body. Am I a time bomb waiting to go off? Am I one vibration away from a neurological disorder? Can they make me autistic on command? I mean, it gets so crazy and paranoia, the things that we say that they can do or they talk about, or these stories that leak into the news, you know, about all these capabilities they have through our phones. You're literally carrying around a little microwave receiver in your pocket. Well, let's talk about the term slave for a second. Now, I know we throw that around because we're alt community of conspiracy nut jobs. But what are you really a slave to? Like, if you could do anything you want in life, let's just imagine there was no government and you were a sovereign person, self-determining sovereign nation. You could do whatever you want. You had diplomatic immunity. What would you do different that you aren't doing now? What exactly are you being kept from, or are you being forced to do? Pay the system to survive. To a degree, that is true. There's always a handout at every corner. Most of it always ends up being insurance, realistically. There's always some kind of insurance that you have to pay. But is it not true that you can grow your own foods and you can still, at least legally in some jurisdictions, go off the grid? There's some exceptions that don't let you, and there's some exceptions that say, well, you at least have to have a utility box hooked up to the pole for $10 a month. But through enough means, is it not possible to be self-sufficient and independent and off the grid? I mean, the Amish are doing it. Are they knocking on your door every day saying, hey, what's up? Well, living in a compartment is a choice. Now, not everybody can afford to buy acreage and a plot of land and, you know, all that sort of thing. But there are other options. You know, there is land that people will allow you to put a home temporarily on, or to lease from them, or whatever. Or you can work a deal out where you take your caretaker for their animals or whatever, right? There's optional housing options if you really, really, really want to disconnect. You can ghost without paying taxes. If you're a wage earner, you cannot. If you get a W-2, you cannot not file. I mean, I guess you could, but eventually if you make enough money, they'll come knocking at your door and want to check some receipts. But if you are self-employed and you found business ventures that primarily dealt in cash, you could still navigate this world fairly invisibly. Property taxes must be paid, but what if you were a caretaker on somebody's property? It's not your property tax. You're just living on the land. If somebody's got 50 acres and you just got to watch their cows or something, you know? Those living scenarios do exist. I use prepaid debit card. In fact, I've unbanked. I've been unbanked since 2007. I've never had a need to give a bank another $35 overdraft fee. And I've been just fine. I've been able to conduct business. I've been able to do everything I've wanted to do with the prepaid card. Not been a problem. Don't need to go far as a burner phone, but you can always have a phone put in a friend's name. If they have a friends and family plan, say, hey, if we get these phones together, you know, I'll pay you every month, blah, blah, blah. You hand them a big lump sum up front so that they don't think you're going to welch on the phone payment, you know, and the phone doesn't show up in your name, but you guys get the benefit of the shared account with the you know, and when you register your phone, you just put Jane Smith or whatever, just a fake name. I just want my own space without an overlord. Don't we all? Don't we all want our own space? Here's something that I'd like to touch upon. Anything you want out of life, or anything you want to be, or anything you want to do or have, you can just through thought and intention. So if you think there's a condition on you, a limiting factor of an overlord hanging over your every move, keeping you from being totally free, hippie, free spirit, then that will manifest in reality. Now, however, given the confines and of the society we live in, there are certain things that we kind of can't escape, but they're just part of being here. If you shrug those off as just minor inconveniences rather than oppressive forces, that changes your mind frame a little bit, and it helps you unlock greater potential in attracting bigger things, bigger picture things. Like, anybody can get anything they want at any time. You know, if you put the thought and intention out there, that will happen for you, provided you're positive about it and you don't have any doubts or fears about it, you don't have any negative feelings, then yeah, you can make anything happen. So if you want your own space without an overlord, then just put that intention out there in the universe. You go, you know what? He's right. I do want my own space, and I'm gonna picture it. And you start visualizing it. You start thumbing through ads. You start looking at properties. You start looking at other countries. You start figuring out how to get your passport to immigrate to another country, you know, and you're like, well, when I get there, I'm going to expatriate and it'll be great, right? You start planning these things. You start making a plan, and the more you put this plan together, the more it foments and the more it builds and the more ideas build upon other ideas. And the next thing you know, you get a call from somebody, ideas, opportunities come your way that wouldn't have necessarily been there unless you put the thought into action in the first place. So this is that whole scenario of, you know, wishing in one hand and shitting in the other. You know, at some point you have to, even if it's clipping out pictures of property and putting them on a board in front of your computer every day to look at, making a Pinterest board of places you want to go, it just little things like that. And then not saying the word hope, because hope is empty, but saying, I will make the declaration. I will have property. I will move to such and such country. I will be out of this place, you know. But remember that these don't have conditions on them. Don't be like, I will be happy when I live here. I will be happy when. You just need to be happy in the present and know that this stuff that you want is your future self. You just haven't arrived there. So when you live in the present tense, knowing the future has already happened, it helps it manifest much quicker. Except getting past the guarded ice limit. You just can't live out there, though. You know, you're going to thrive on ice. You can't even grow plants for yourself out there. So I guess that's my message to people is you can have, do, be, or want anything in life just through thought and intention, you know. And if you're of a religious bent, then have faith the size of a grain of mustard seed, and surely you too can move mountains, right? This is all about knowing and then acting upon the knowledge of something that's already happened in the future. The future self is already unbrainwashed. You know this. So at this point, bringing it up is just counterintuitive. It's just swirling around the negative thoughts in the washing machine. At some point, you need to just let go and go, all right, yeah, NASA fucked me. Okay, now what? Always ask, now what? What's next? Never accept A or B. Always look for answer C. While that might seem really cool to have NASA get their comeuppance, ultimately, does it make your life more fruitful? Does it make you a better person to have seen that happen? Is that a condition you're putting on your happiness? Oh, I'll be happy when I see them fail. Those evil satanic bastards, right? The point is, there's always going to be some kind of dark evil in our world, because you have to have contrast. You can't have good, light, positive things without dark, evil things showing you the contrast. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know what was good. See, now you're just starting to sound like a spiteful, vengeful woman. It's like, yeah, so what? They lied. Now what? How are you going to be a better person? Have you complimented somebody today? Truly complimented somebody? Given of yourself to somebody? Served somebody? You know, NASA is irrelevant to that, to your personal growth. NASA is not your problem. It's nobody's problem. If you buy into that, if you believe their lies, if you believe their theatrics, if you believe their Hollywood, you know, then yeah, they kind of seem to have a hold over people. You ever notice that? It's their game, their solar system, their in lies, their model. It grips people. Like, people want to be a part of it so much, and they don't even know why. So sometimes it makes sense to step outside of the external thought, the external trigger, the external mechanism, say NASA, for instance, and go, why am I giving you power? Why am I giving you my attention? Why am I allowing you to make me mad? Right? I'm choosing this raw emotion over something that I have no control over, yet I'm having a visceral physical reaction to stuff you've done that I perceive to me. So at some point you have to step out of that and go, wow, it's kind of insane. Why am I doing that? You know, if you're a Christian, you can say, why is Satan allowing me, or why am I being tempted by these thoughts? Why am I going down that path? Right? So the mind control is part and parcel self-induced. You know, yeah, they may be playing their music at 440 hertz and the screens are flickering at 60 hertz and there's little microwave transducers in our pockets and GPS signals and Wi-Fi everywhere, and we can blame everything on anything that's invisible. But the reality comes, we're still allowing it to affect us. We are choosing to wallow in the negative energy, the negative feelings about something. And that's something we need to overcome as a group, is to recognize who the enemy is. And oftentimes the enemy's in the mirror. Says, have to get mad enough to expose and research in the first place. There's been enough people researched it for you. You can just watch their videos. You should actually redirect the energy towards something positive. That's something the powers that be don't like. That's something that evil that's how evil gets conquered. That's how evil gets triumphed, is when you deflect their negative energy and push it back as positive. And that's my ultimate message, is about the positivity and about how you interact with people and how you view yourself and your own self-worth and your own self-determination and taking back your own sovereignty. These are all things that we're going to be hammering over and over and over again until people get it, that you need to take back control of your thoughts. It's not, NASA is not the enemy here. They just are. They just happened. They were created in a vacuum. They were created in a void. There was a need for them at one point. Whether or not that is to contain or control or keep us dumbed down or keep us from seeing the truth, or just because they wanted to smuggle a bunch of Nazis over. Who knows, right? I don't think what they're doing matters. It doesn't affect me on a daily basis unless I'm personally invested in Mylar and Tang and Velcro. NASA does some good things. Exactly. You have to create things with your hands. We're all creators, right? We're all conscious co-creators. We all have the ability to tap into that ether of creativity. We all have antennas that are tuned to different types of creativity. Some of us are good at inventing things. Some of us are good at conceptual things. Some of us are good at art. Some of us are good with our hands. And so everybody's antenna has different lengths. They reach into different portions. So these ideas that are floating around in the ethereal space are there for the taking if you're just tuned to them. There are plenty of new Teslas out there and new Picards of this age. There are people right now on the internet that are building little things in their garages or testing theories or testing ideas. They're doing things mainstream science says is bunk and a waste of time. And I think where some of these people get caught up in is they try to fit their revelations into the old world paradigm that doesn't want change. So let's say a guy invents a car that runs on water, and he tries to fit that idea into the old model, like, I'm going to license my technology and I'm going to get paid a lot of money for this. Well, maybe that's not the best way to do it, because you're now all of a sudden you're competing with somebody else who has a vested interest in oil. So does it not make sense that maybe you were given that gift of insight to build a water car and that information shouldn't be capitalized on? Maybe it should be open source. Maybe you'll get more money back tenfold by allowing other people to build upon your technologies, right? But no, everybody wants to go for the greed first, the greed option. Everybody wants that lump sum. They don't want to take it in payments over time. They want that big fat check up front. Oh, I'm going to get Shell and Exxon to pay me. They're going to buy me out. No, they'll just kill you. Who are you to them? They'll just malign you and destroy your stuff and break into your shop and steal all your crap, right? You'll just get swept under the rug. Nobody will hear from you again. So when we reach into that creative realm and have these thoughts and ideas, everybody has the opportunity to have the same thoughts and ideas. Have any of you ever had a thought about something, and then a few weeks, months, years go by, and you see that same something that you had the exact same idea for, and it's now sitting there on the store shelf, or you see it on TV, and you go, I can't, that was my idea. No, actually, that was everybody's idea. It just so happened that your antenna was tuned with it the same as that other person's antenna, but they were in the right place to do something with the idea. There's no new ideas under the sun. They're always there. They're always for the taking. What you do with them is, determining, your path determines what you do with those ideas. Your availability, your options, your ability to capitalize on something, your people you know even can help you manifest things. And that's why it's important to have a community. That's why it's important to know a bunch of people who share similar like-minded interests. So this flat earth community can actually be very beneficial to anybody who's a conscious co-creator down the line, whether it's through artwork or helping them physically in person with your hands, or coming up with business ideas and putting a lot of people to work, making a lot of jobs. There's a lot of opportunity here. That's something that needs to be reminded over and over and over again. There's a lot of opportunity here. All right. Electric pin pals. Yeah, I'm really glad everybody stopped by. There's only, looks like 9 people in here. I don't know if everybody's listening or not, but... Oh, of course, now Panic shows up to the party, and we're already 4 hours into the stream. I don't think I was always calm and sound. I think I've evolved to this over time after trying many different methods that just weren't working out for me so well, huh? So, you know what they say the definition of insanity is? Repeating the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Exactly, yeah, I'm going to repeat all of it. I'll catch all you guys up. Don't worry. No, it'll be on the live. It'll go back up on the channel so if people want to listen to it. But I'm approaching the 4-hour mark, and I'm thinking about wrapping this up and or maybe coming back to it later. Or if people want, or if more people start showing up, I'll continue on. Appreciate how active you guys are in the chat. It helps move the conversation along because I don't really know what to talk about half the time. Anything else you want covered in this session? I appreciate the compliments, but I'm just a regular guy with just interesting thoughts. That's it. But I just feel compelled to talk about them for once, I guess. I guess technology has aligned in such a way to allow these kind of conversations to even happen. Yeah, I listened to Abram Hicks for a minute. I got what I needed out of her and I moved on. Well, you know, Intentions are really going to fund that balloon launch pretty well, you know. Can't wait to buy all the equipment with Intentions. I don't know. I think maybe that's probably one of the micro goals I have, is to make people think, is to wake people up and help them shift their personal lives, because I see a lot of people are externalizing the changes, and I don't think that's good. I think a lot of work needs to be done on interpersonal things and meeting people in person rather than getting angry at the system. I think the system being defunct and corrupt is a catalyst for bringing us together, and that's it. I seriously doubt there's going to be the blood of tyrants in the streets kind of a scenario happening with Flat Earth movement. However, I can envision it happening in reverse. I can picture this getting militant and going the wrong way, and all the Flat Earthers getting round up. Where's my GoFundMe? Well, under the description I got the tip jar. Haven't done the GoFundMe yet because I was going to dabble with the what do you call it? The super chat function on here and see how far that got, and then possibly by July, if I had to, do the GoFundMe. But the thing I didn't like about the GoFundMe is I mentioned earlier I'm pretty ghosted. GoFundMe's just another one of those things you gotta put your social security number in, to get the money out. Right now I got a PayPal account. I've had it for years. It works. No, they're not going to arrest people for asking the answers. They're going to arrest the people who are militantly active in the community, and I think you know what's going on. It's kind of funny. I hate getting angry. I hate it. Hate. Choose your words better. Yeah, it's not about the laws you're going to break. It's about the laws you don't know that you have broken or will have broken. There is, gosh, if I could remember it off the top of my head, there was an act passed a long time ago. It has something to do with the declaration of war against the government and or the people, and it's very loosely written to the point where they can label any group of subversives, saying, "Hey, they're declaring war on us." And now all of a sudden you're maligned right in there under the Patriot Act. So yeah, you kind of gotta be really careful what you guys talk about and what kind of actions end up coming out of this groundswell movement while people are all fired up. Because there's possibly laws within the Patriot Act that will be broken that you don't know yet. You can get Bitcoin address, Coinbase. Well, I don't know that you can get paid from GoFundMe through Bitcoin, though. And not everybody has Bitcoin. I get angry when I get angry. And then you should feel really stupid. Why am I having this emotional outrage? Why am I feeling like this? Always step outside yourself. Whenever you feel a groundswell of negative emotion, it's really important to question why. Why do I feel like this? Why am I allowing myself to change? Why am I allowing something that I have no control over have a physical reaction to my body? That's a good question people should ask more often. Yes, there are more laws than even we realize. That is very, very, very true. So sometimes playing by their rules, it's like, do you want to just push the boundaries until they say no? Oh, yeah, you just broke the law there. Or do you want to play within their rules to get whatever resolution or act passed? I think that's the more rational approach to go. It's like, okay, so we have this idea the Earth is flat, and we need to have a consensus on what that means, instead of all these disjointed ideas and hypotheses and speculations. You're never going to be taken seriously unless you all figure out, this is the model we agree on, disprove this, and take it to science. It's like, we've done these experiments, and we've followed the scientific method, and these, to our knowledge, are irrefutable. And then you put the onus on them to go, oh, well, we think this is wrong because this, and this. And you go back and you keep refining the model until they can't refute it, and they have to look at it and go, maybe. Yeah, being happy is great. You should try it more often. And we're not talking about a whole world roundup. The rest of the worlds don't have the same freedom of speech laws, so they can easily be squashed in a minute. All they have to do is malign us with a hate group, hate speech, and we can't even talk about it. As soon as you get Hitler painted in the movement, next thing you know, the Anti-Defamation League is out there lobbying to get the words flat earth on the anti-Semitic log, So, again, nobody's really thought anything through beyond this new revelation they found. Oh, the earth is flat and they're lying to us. So, now what? Yeah, you guys are literally just one notch away from getting the boot. I'm telling you, you guys need to really, 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 really think out every scenario that can play out, because I guarantee you they know they have. You want to put it in terms, common parlance, you're playing 4D chess with a 6D chess master. So you need to be 20 steps ahead, and you need to be right with everything. You need to be factually correct and not use speculation and not use theories, but testable hypotheses that are actually provable, computer models that work, etc. My recommendation is start with a consensus. It's the argumentation tactic of putting the onus on them to prove the globe to us will only get you so far. At some point, you need to have your own list of top 10 irrefutable facts about the flat earth. This is science, we can prove this. And we have XYZ scientists already on board that have come over and agree that our facts are valid. That's where you need to start. Correct. That's why cult of personality is important to avoid. Mixing other ideologies and agendas is bad news bears. They don't make your case. unless specifically you have documented evidence that Hitler said the earth is flat and I don't want the Jews to know it's flat. Unless he literally said something like that, he has no bearing and no relevance on the argument whatsoever. It's just a tactic to divide and distract and to push a hate narrative. It's literally opening the doors for anti-Semitism to just squash flat earth in its tracks, and it'll just go in the dust heap of history as this little blip on the radar of yeah, there was this group of Jew haters who thought the earth was flat. Yeah, that only happened in like 2017 or something. It was nothing. And that's what's going to happen. Good. That's what we need. More videos about flat. No agendas. Problem is when your proofs, no proofs more valuable than your own, is that you're going up an established theocracy, really. You're going up established science, which is in itself a religion. So there's rules you need to adhere to. You know, granted, you know, they help us shape the world that we live in, these scientific rules, the scientific method, the testing and the theories and the hypotheses and the peer review. These things help us advance to where we are today. You know, we wouldn't have the internet. We wouldn't be talking to each other. We wouldn't have this technology without peer review, without testing, you know, without trying new ideas. And fortunately, we have the upper hand because we have the new idea. But now the job is on us to do the testing, to do the proofs, to do the repeatable studies, and then submit them for peer reviews. So there has to be at least 10 people amongst the flat earth community that are far enough entrenched in academia that at least can submit papers or do it right. Or maybe some of us got to go to school and we have to learn how to do it. We got to check out some books and we have to learn how to write these papers, you know, who to submit them, how much you pay to this organization to get these papers submitted, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole process to this, you know, who's your sponsor? What university are you accredited with? Did they approve of this paper? You know, there's a lot of different questions that need to be answered. We can't just be like, there's no curvature, right? They'll just keep changing the math. Yeah, there needs to be a clear smoking gun. Physics of water, yeah, I mean, they'll just say gravity, you know. So can I ask you, do you think the Hitler fanboys are controlled? I think they're misled. I mean, we're talking about a group of people that have been hated in every country they've ever landed in. So they have a built-in prejudice machine. It's almost perfect for them, you know. So they position themselves in law and politics so that they can protect themselves. We're too stupid to even figure that out. They're like, hey, if we get into media, we get into entertainment, we get into law, we get into politics, we can write the laws to protect ourselves. We can write our own victim card. Any country we land in now, they finally figured out how to game our system. So I would say anybody who's follows that narrative of they're the bad people and they're the evil ones, they're falling kind of right into their trap, realistically. They're kind of playing into that hand. And I think they're just gullible. I think they're not controlled. I think they're just gullible. And there's a bit of xenophobia and there's a bit of race hating and race baiting going on in there, you know, that it's easy for certain personalities who grew up maybe with certain family or family members or dads who were a certain way to glom onto those ideals. It's kind of a passed down generational thing in a way. I said in my first video, no drama, flat earth, no change in flat earth. Theoretical branches of science has to be separated. True. Yeah, they're always going to pull the magic gravity card. That's their go-to, even though they can't explain it and don't know what it is, which is funny. See, they have their own god. Their own god is gravity. That's how you know scientism is a religion. Is there's this force in the universe that we can't describe. We know it's there. We see the effects of it every day. We just don't know what it is. And you can say the exact same thing about God. There's this force in the universe. We know he's there. We see his effects. We can't prove it, but he's there. It's God. Gravity is the same freaking thing. So, you expose that logical fallacy, then you might have a leg to stand on in the debate. Yeah, cold moon is very interesting. Not sure what that's all about, but that one makes me really curious. I have a theory about this cold moon thing. See, and it kind of shoots down the sun being in the vacuum of space. Okay, so the general consensus about the sun is that the moon is radiating, right? It's nuclear thermal radiating body of energy, right? So it's no different than, say, like one of those radiant heaters that you can get at Costco. It shoots the hot light across the room and you're like, wow, it's really hot, and I'm like 30 feet away. That's what the sun is doing. It's the radiation is interacting with our skin when we're out in the sun, right? That's what's actually heating up. It's vibrating the molecules of our bodies and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I postulate that, isn't it a known scientific fact that you can't send heat through a vacuum? So the sun can't actually heat anything on the other side that it touches unless it's within the atmosphere. So given that radiation properties, that I think if the sunlight is bouncing off the moon, the radiation, that field of energy that interacts with the atoms of the objects that it bounces off of gets negated bouncing off the moon. Like, it literally just absorbs the radiation, kind of like a ceramic tile on the space shuttle, right? It just absorbs the heat, or a ceramic tile in general, just absorbs the heat, but we see the glow, right? And the glow is not going to reflect the heat, because it's an indirect source at that point. So that's kind of my thought on the whole moonlight thing, not reflecting its heat. Yeah, the lunar wave is, I think it's nothing. I think the lunar wave cannot be seen with the naked eye. If you can see the lunar wave with the naked eye, then I think you're onto something. can you record the lunar wave with a film camera? You know, like film video, you know? Or is it only a digital artifact of a refresh rate? It's so important we ensure the truth for generations, inspire curiosity, imagination, and creativity. Well, the truth should be self-evident, right? I don't think we need to be enshrining truth. It should just be like, it's there. That's the truth. That's it. Bada bing, bada boom. There's not, you can't obfuscate it. You can't hide it. It just needs to be in and of itself. Like when we look out at the horizon at the beach, pretty damn flat. That's pretty truthful to me, you know? Interesting. Oops, old comment makes me still. Yeah, stupid YouTube didn't know my friend here live. I'm like, yeah, you guys are coming in really late. I've already been yapping on for 4:20. Well, I was about to wrap it up, but if you got more questions, we'll keep going. The lunar wave didn't cross the whole screen, just the shape of the moon itself. Well, why would it cross over into darkness? Because you have to think of the way camera sensors work, the way they capture light. The sensor isn't going to work in the dark as much. It's not going to pull in light off of black, off the edges, but it'll pull in and refresh at a certain hertz where the light is. Yeah, cold moon one I think could be an important tool for us. I think the radiation through the vacuum of space should be where you ought to go with that. One argument that kills me is the curve at some point, or at some many thousands of feet, etc. But if we were on a ball, then as you rise up from the ball, the horizon will drop away. So F the curve. Yeah, it's look, if you can show the refresh rate on two cameras filming the same view, then I'll believe it's something other than an anomalous refresh rate with the sensors. That's a scientific method. You have to be able to reproduce it. If it's an actual event that's occurring in the sky, then two cameras pointing at it at the same time will record the exact same thing. That's, you know, that's what you got to do. All right, I think, all right, I'll lay out what all right, here's how you can, I'll play devil's advocate for a minute about the curve, if you guys want to hear that. So basically, if you're standing on a sphere, you, in your position, you're always the top, right? No matter where you go on a sphere, you're the top position. Because that's just our vantage point. That's just how we feel ourselves on any one surface. So if you were standing on the equator, you don't feel you're tipping off to the side out, right? Okay. So you're always in the center of the world, center of your attention. Okay. So I worked out the math on this. In order for a 26,500 mile circumference ball, so that means standing, like you drew a line directly in front of you, directly behind you, and directly to the both sides of you, like you were wrapping a basketball with a ribbon. So you've got both these directions, and where the ribbon overlaps is basically where you're standing. But your ability to physically see in our atmosphere is only about 280 something miles maximum. I think it's like, I can't remember exactly. Let's say 288 miles. Even if you were standing on Mount Everest, that's the furthest you can physically see in our gas atmosphere. Now, those are things we kind of all agree on. If you're standing on a ball, your rotational diameter, 360 degrees, is 288 miles in any direction that you could actually see. It turns out that we'll just call that your reference point, your point of view, your enlightened area. It basically makes a circle, right? You can literally take with a ball, a diameter 26,500 miles, you can take 87 viewpoints all the way around, front and back, to wrap all the way back around. So 27 chunks of 288 miles, circles, just stamped across the landscape. Now, on a ball earth, if that's your maximum visibility at any particular height, then of course you wouldn't see a curve, because it takes 86 more of those destinations to come all the way back around you again. So you would have to keep moving forward, and you would never actually see the curve. You would always be chasing it. So that's my devil's advocate argument for the curve, is that the Earth is so large, of course you're not going to see the curve, because you only can see so far. Fine, 86. Jeez, nitpicky. I suppose if I put together an animation, it would probably knock back the flat earthers a peg, and it's not really my intention. Yeah, but when does it raise up? That's the thing. It's like, how many miles? Like I've said earlier, that in order to see the edge of a ball that's that big in diameter, the actual edge of a ball, you need to be 3,500 miles in the sky. So even the ISS is at 220 miles high in the sky, is showing a fake curve. It can't even be high enough to show a real curve. $86 points of basically 300 miles apiece. So basically from, was it Reno to Las Vegas is the circle? Of course that's going to be flat from that vantage point. Huh. Yeah, when you dig through the opposite side of the Earth, at what point do you start digging upwards? Well, they say after you cross a certain boundary, if you're not into the gooey gobstopper mess of the hot molten center, caramel gooey center, then yeah, there's a line at which imaginary plane at which the gravity switches. But I think you fall up until you fall down. I don't think it's something you would even perceive. You can only go halfway into a forest if you know the full size of the forest. So that requires knowledge or a vantage point that the person going into the forest wouldn't have. It's only a God's eye view or esoteric or etheric knowledge that can show you the full size of the forest. But yeah, I get the clever Confucianism. But you don't know if the other half is going out, but only if you knew How are you guys spending so many hours in this chat? Isn't it Saturday night? Shouldn't you guys be doing something? I'm now to the point where I've missed all my dinner opportunities. I have to go and find some crappy 24-hour place to eat. Yeah, the interaction is kind of interesting. It would be one thing if I just had written all this down as a script and was able to formulate all my thoughts in a coherent stream of consciousness and just put it out as like an ebook or my video, you know, but that feels less inspired and feels more like work at this point. I think the live stream and the interaction with the people kind of makes more sense to carry a conversation naturally into any direction that somebody wants to carry it. Yeah, I don't have to go eat. I've got let's see, what do I got here? I have Epic bars in my drawer. You guys heard of Epic? They're these beef jerky. They're like miniature steaks. They're kind of like fresh meat in a way with no nitrates, gluten-free, blah, blah, blah. So I have a beef one. It's has apple and uncured bacon. I have not tried that one yet. I usually buy the bison one, and the bison has uncured bacon and cranberry. Pop that in the microwave for like 15 seconds. It really feels like you're eating a little miniature steak. It's pretty good. So that'll hold me over for another 4 hours if you want. Cliff Bars have a lot of sugar. Unfortunately, I've got 30 cases of Cliff Bars stashed. But because of the sugar content, I'm feeling guilty about it. So I'm like, okay, that's shit hits fan scenario food only. Yeah, I'm not overrun with trolls yet. Yeah, no. I've never heard of kids Cliff Bars. They don't sell those at Trader Joe's, I don't think. Well, we could stir up shit. I happen to have friends that are really good at talking about shills and how the government's after them and all kinds of stuff. Active troll free. Yeah, because I'm basically nobody even knows who the heck I am. Which is great. It's all part of ghosting. I choose to ignore that kind of drama. You know, it's like, okay, that's interesting. I hear your story. But in my mind, I'm going, you attracted that. That's on your radar. That's something you worry about. That's something you think about. That's why it's in your life. You get back what you put out. You know, it's like, these are people it's like, I can only say that once to them. They just don't get it. But it happens. Yeah, that's something that it's hard to get across to people if they're not already woke up. You know, there's like, here's the thing that I kind of noticed with flat earth stuff is I had already been actively awake from religification going on, I don't know, let's say 1998, 97. So I've been gradually growing away from that and learning more about life and things without the veil of superstition and hokey pokey. So growing into who I am today has not been an overnight thing. And then I just happened to stumble across Flat Earth maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I don't know. But had I stumbled across Flat Earth many years ago, it wouldn't have resonated with me. I would have probably immediately equated it with, Bible stuff. And I don't think that would have brought me to the area of enlightenment that I'm at today. I don't know if that really makes sense. So this unlocking process has taken some time, and there's so much information to go over, and it's like I don't know how to shepherd people into what they need to hear first. It's like, oh yeah, the earth is flat and I'm freaking out, and they've glommed onto this new thing like it's this new truth and this, but there's more to it than that. There's more of an awakening that needs to happen. Yeah, it's one of the pieces of the puzzle. Whether or not it's flat or not, the fact that you're waking up to a grander deception is more important than the geography you live under. But what comes along with that is the responsibility you hold to yourself to be truthful with yourself and be open-minded and truthful with your family, and then learning how to manipulate your reality around you, that you're a creator, so there's confidence that has to come in. It's a complicated Rubik's Cube of concepts. And, we don't even have to delve into anything that's like weird and esoteric or change people's viewpoints on anything. There's just some simple truths that need to be understood first. And the main one is the garbage in, garbage out filter. It's that energy you put out. It's whatever you think about a lot is what you get back a lot. And it always happens without fail. And that's ultimately the hardest conversation to have with people if they don't get it, if they're not there yet. It's like they've jumped ahead. They've skipped class. It's like, oh, I was an 8th grade prodigy and I learned about flat earth in the 8th grade and they made me a senior in high school, but I skipped all those other things that were kind of important. That's kind of where I see a lot of people at, is like, oh, they skipped class and jumped ahead, and now we have to kind of play catch up and ease people into, hey, you kind of missed this 101 stuff here about spirituality, your energies, your personal embodiment, that your confidence, the way you interact with people, bringing things back to moral sensibilities. There's just so much to cover. It gets tough. So it's like, yeah, I just don't even know where to start sometimes. So I think this conversation-based chat thing is kind of good to have. So at least you can see where people are at. Have you looked into electric universe, non-gravity-based orbits, and mainly electromagnetism, strong, weak nuclear forces, repeatable institution? Yeah, that's basically what we live in. We live in an electric universe, believe it or not. That's what the sun is. The electric universe makes sense when you realize, when you come to the grips that we're all energy. We're all basically vibrating atoms. We're all basically vibrating. We're all vibrational. Everything's vibrational. The chair you're sitting in is vibrating at a certain frequency to hold together the plastic, the wood, the glue, the leather. Everything has its own vibrational frequency. And so when you realize that, then you're like, oh, okay. Now, then you can start playing with the ideas of vibrational frequencies in terms of emotions. Emotions have vibrational frequencies. That's been studied on. I'm sure you guys maybe have stumbled across what is that guy's name, Yamaguchi or whatever his name was, where he put the bottles of water up and put like words on them, and people would read the words and said hate, it would just be like negative words on the bottle, and then they put the water under electron microscopes and looked at the water molecules, and they were all ugly and nasty and gross. And then they put labels on bottles of water where it said, love, happiness, peace, joy, and things. And the water molecules looked really great and fantastic and very organic and fluid and natural and symmetric. So, and that was double-blind, repeatable studies over and over again. So our energy interacted with that water. So there's another class you got to get your head around. It's like, our emotions carry weight. Our emotions have value. Our emotions, our thoughts that we broadcast out do have an effect on people. How many of you in the room have had the coincidence of thinking about a person and then they call or text you? It's not a coincidence. So thoughts, I always say there's nothing faster than the speed of thought. And I used to use the analogy of Mars. You've never been to Mars, but you can picture yourself on Mars. It just so happens it takes light 8 minutes to get to Mars, but you can picture yourself on Mars instantly. That's the power and the speed of thought. But now I can't use the Mars analogy anymore, unfortunately. Holographic universe, I don't think is anything but a thought exercise. There's proof to an electric universe. There's no proof to a holographic universe any more than there's proof that we're in a matrix or it's video game theory or we're Sims. Use Pluto. You mean this Pluto? Yeah, again, the holographic universe is really just a thought experiment. I mean, I guess you could say we're all just thoughts, and we've manifested ourselves into physical being. That's a theory too, Or you can say we're all beings of light, which is technically true, since light waves do interact at every level. What's really interesting about Pluto is that I'll show you guys the model of what was Pluto for years. Where did Pluto go? Interesting. I've lost Pluto. Pluto is gone. Anyway, our original model of Pluto that was in scientific textbooks up till a certain point was actually just a painting by a guy. I'm kind of curious what happened to it. See, I can say NASA reached into my folder and took it out. They're after me. They know what I'm up to. Yeah, well, Southampton University is probably just looking for grant money. Yeah, Mandela is certainly weird. That one's kind of unnerved me in the last couple of, I would say the last year. That one's had a profound effect on me. And I don't even have an explanation for it. I can just speculate. CERN did it. We're on an alternate timeline. You know, and that's it. That's all I got. Well, here's your first problem. The first sentence in your article you just posted. The UK, Canadian, and Italian study has provided what researchers believe is the first observational evidence that our universe could be vast and complex. Could be. See, they lie to you right there in the first sentence. They just throw out speculative language and they expect you to believe it as if it's real. I don't even need to read the rest of it. It's very important that you read and understand what people's words are, because oftentimes it's done on purpose to protect themselves from writing a fiction or a fraud. You know, why are researchers believing anything? It should say researchers can show first observational evidence that a universe is a vast and complex hologram. When you're making a scientific article, you make statements of, you don't make conjecture. You make statements of fact. So right there, I know the article's bullshit. So I told you it's about funding. Oh, look how much money they get to have that stupid little cone drawing. And then look at the last sentence. The scientists now hope their study will open the door to further our understanding of the early universe and explain how space and time emerged. It's like, I can tell you without even reading the whole article that they don't need to hope the study will further their understanding of early universe expansion, but they could have just written a hypothesis of why rather than hoping on a study. So, yeah, junk. Fake news. Well, you can't blame them for it. I mean, look what we're doing. We're seeking funding for our wacky ideas too, right? Well, we're going to send a rocket to space. We hope we get funding, right? Unfortunately, I don't think scientists should be having bake sales to do real scientific study and research. There's a lot of money that's being diverted to, Tomahawk cruise missiles and F-35 fighters that they'll never get off the ground, that could be going to real research. But instead, they're making scientists write bullshit articles to drum up support from other colleagues and other institutions to maybe hopefully get funding. that's a sad state of academia, but unfortunately that's their reality. And they probably brought it on themselves. They probably complained that, oh, we don't have enough funding. Well, guess what? Next year they have less funding. Oh, we don't have enough funding. Oh, we never have enough money. And if you always talk about never having enough of something, you're focusing on the lack, and you will end up with more lack, always. So all these departments going, poor me, yeah, guess what? They're just going to attract more poor me. So they're self-fulfilling prophecies. So that's why it's very important that you be very mindful of the words you use, the things you choose to talk about. Because your words will manifest into reality if you're not careful. Be mindful of your words. You know what they say, be careful what you wish for. And I always add to that, at the end of that, be careful what you wish for. And if you do make a wish, be very specific. Because you will get what you ask for, and it'll turn out to not be what you wanted because you weren't specific enough. Our room keeps shrinking. We're now down to 8 people. But 8 spectacular people. Yeah, that system's kind of backwards. Show the empirical evidence first, then we fund. It seems to me like you're putting the onus on them to cover all the legwork speculatively, hoping they'll get funding. And who's going to do that? What scientist is going to drum up a team and get all this equipment and everything they need to conduct an experiment and then hopefully get a grant? Nobody. Are you leaving us for the evening, B flat? Yes, this video is a real live stream. Are you a real person? Or a bot? Or a troll? I read that with a live mind. Not too sharp. Flat Earth is one of the topics we cover, sure. Aren't we all fake at some point? Don't we all just act like the people we aren't when there's other people around? But am I a flat earther? I'm a human. I'm not crazy about titles. They seem to be very divisive lately. Oh, thanks, Leeds. We don't have 10 hours. Look, I'll just sum it up. The United States of America is a corporation ruled by the Vatican. We're under the auspices of an arm of the Vatican. There's just way too much to get into with that. Yeah, I know what they're getting at, but look, I know what I know, and I know what I'm here for and why I've decided to start talking to people. Flat Earth is, yeah, I did write a book once. Flat Earth is a topic that is divisive and also brings people together at the same time. Do I perceive the Earth to be flatter than it is round? Absolutely. Do I think it's the only thing that needs to be talked about? Absolutely not. I think it's mere tip of the iceberg. I think people are missing an overriding, a fundamental paradigm shift that is happening right in front of our eyes, and a lot of people are going to get missed, and they're going to be swept up in stuff they're not prepared for, because there's a lot of groundwork that has to be taken place on a personal and spiritual journey before flat Earth even means anything. And in the abstract, flat Earth doesn't mean anything at all. Flat Earth is just a construct that is a catalyst for a larger conversation. Oh, believe me, I am talking about flat Earth. Info about eclipses. This channel will be sending up a real DSLR with a real camera lens on August 17th, 23rd, whatever the eclipse date is in northern Nevada. I was mainly thinking about how they control us with law. How do you see it going if flat Earth ever went mainstream and the elite started losing grip? Were you here earlier when I was talking about, yeah, you were here, how it's dangerous to be in the position of activism in this early on in the movement because of admiralty law and because of the way we are governed and because of the way the laws are written and because of things like the Patriot Act and homegrown terrorism and reactionary governments that want to control a paradigm and don't want people to shift and move in radical ways that are outside the prescripted paradigms of left-right politics. They don't even like people being in the Green Party. Let's just put it that way, right? They hate Tea Partiers. They hate, what was the last one? Libertarians, right? They don't like those at all. So we're approaching uncharted territory, but unfortunately it's very predictable because it's happened before. You're going to get a group of people together with certain ideals that they only have to be painted once, even in passing, by some rogue news anchor, to use the C word, cult. And now all of a sudden you're on a watch list. Now everything that you do, all your financial transactions, everything gets accounted for. And then now you've got a situation like Waco or Ruby Ridge, because you got a bunch of people all banding together, all meeting in secret, all exchanging money across, all interfacing with one another on a platform they cannot control. So yeah, we have the ability to be dangerous. We'll just say that, in their minds. Yeah, do you think we're larger than any one idea because part of that is own groupthink and identity politics? You think we're larger than we really are? You want to be part of the group that's a growing groundswell when maybe the reality is we're barely just a blip on the radar? The people who meet in Roswell every year for the little alien convention draws more attention than we will. The elites, one idea is power. Not sure we are larger than that. Yet, not yet. Realistically, the only known game, the only known player in town is the Vatican. Everybody else is just phantom people going to secret meetings with secret handshakes that you can't prove. But we know the Vatican's game. Well, we like to think we're far larger than any one idea. It's like, ooh, we're a group of people that it's upset that NASA lied to us. That's basically what it boils down to. Oh, they've been peddling the heliocentric model for 500 years. Well, who do you think controls the British monarchy? The Pope. Hey. The Queen may be the largest landowner, but you know who is the largest bank? The Vatican. She's not allowed to bow. But bowing doesn't mean subservience in the sense when you're like the royal monarch family is basically, it's kind of like first base and second base with the Catholic Church. They're on the same team. They prop each other up. One cannot survive without the other. It's quite possible the Queen bows to the Black Pope. You know, we don't know. Yeah, all that crap they put on is just for public show. What they do behind closed doors is probably very simple, very informal, very like, this is what we're going to do. no pomp and circumstance needed for ruling the rest of the world and coming to an agreement with it if it's mutually beneficial for both parties. All right, we're a little over 5 hours in, and we covered a lot of ground today. So I think we'll probably wrap this one up. I've been wanting to get on a call with a couple of people, so look for maybe another live stream or another chat posted to my site. I might have a call or two lined up. If you guys are saying Hangouts is easily corruptible, then maybe I gotta find another way, or it's just gotta be a private two-way call, and then we record it and then I just upload it rather than it being live and open. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. So that being said, I appreciate you guys sticking around for 5 hours and 7 minutes. I think my ass needs a break. So yeah, we'll pick this up in another couple of days, and we'll try to get more people in the chat. And yeah, we'll talk about more interpersonal development stuff. We'll keep hammering home the whole concept of the earth is flat, now what? Concepts and yeah. So you guys take care, and if I get bored, I might drop into a couple of the chats tonight, and because that's how I spend my Saturday night, apparently, dicking around on the internet. So appreciate it, and again, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do so I can get to 1,000. And as soon as we get to 1,000, I'll probably have a scheduled chat more often. Maybe not for such a long duration, but we'll cover more specific topics and have it more of a regular thing. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, and have a good evening.